Open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the inquiry into the 2025 federal election. In accordance with the committee's resolutions of the 4th of August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the Parliament's website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of this committee. I now welcome the representative of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
It's Merrick Lloyd Grimshaw. I'm here on behalf of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church.
Mr. Grimshaw, I've just got some notes here. As you are a member of a church, you may wish to swear an oath on the Bible, but you don't have to. No?
No.
Okay, all good?
Don't wish to.
That's fine. Although this committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Mr. Grimshaw, I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee. My name's Lloyd Grimshaw and I'm a director of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. Leading up to the 2025 election, our church, which is a mainstream Christian church with over 150 years of history in Australia, was subject to extraordinary attacks by the media and even by members of Parliament. Much was made of the fact that some individuals within the church volunteered during the election, and that was used to justify it becoming open season on the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. Our church members were publicly judged and insulted for their clothing, their hairstyles, their beliefs, and even the cars they drove. They were labelled as brainwashed by some and having ulterior motives by others. This wasn't a one-off. Our submission outlines dozens of examples of discrimination, none of which would have been tolerated if they were directed at people of any other faith in this country. If this is allowed to happen to us without repercussions or recourse, members of the committee can be assured that such discrimination may start with our church, but certainly will not end with ours. On that basis, we therefore welcome this committee looking into understanding why such behaviour occurred and what can be done to ensure it never happens again. I hope today is an opportunity to clarify some of the misunderstandings and untruths about the alleged involvement of our church in this last election. As a starting point, as we stated in our submission, our church did not participate in the election or coordinate the political involvement of those who did. That is not to say that some church members did not participate in the 2025 election. Clearly, they did. They did this under their own steam and under their own name, not my church's. But some people did get involved and they brought friends. To understand how this happened, you need to understand that within our church, there's a very strong volunteering culture. If one person volunteers to help build a new church meeting room, dozens will join in. If one person makes a meal for a family welcoming a new baby, it becomes a meal train. One donated bale of hay to a farmer in drought becomes a whole convoy of trucks. When members of our church decide to get involved with a cause, they don't do things by halves. I was not one of those who got involved, but I have spoken to many who did in preparation for my appearance here today. They've told me that they supported parties, including the Liberal Party, National Party, Labor Party, One Nation and Advance, and the reasons they gave me included that they had strong opinions about government policies, they were worried about the economy and geopolitical issues, they'd been asked to help by a friend or family member, that was the most common reason, they were supportive of the local candidate and wanted to help them, and they wanted to help on the school barbecue on polling day. As I said, I don't get involved in politics, but these sound like pretty normal reasons to volunteer to me. As a second point, I'd like to make a few observations on the 80 or so submissions made to this inquiry, which specifically mention the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. Of these, 32 were anonymous, 16 came from or strongly appeared to come from Labor, union or independent affiliates. 10 were positive or defended the right of the church members to participate in the election, and 4 were from well-known anti-church activists. Further, the advice I received on all submissions that mentioned my church was that only 5 would meet a test of evidence. That is, that they included both a positive identification of a church member along with an allegation of antisocial behaviour. The rest made unsubstantiated claims, including assumptions that people were church members based on how they dress or who they mixed with. Not every person in a blue shirt or with a side part or a bow in their hair is a member of the Brethren Church. I will make a few final points and clarifications to conclude. Finally, our church did not donate to or organise donations to any political candidate or party. Neither my church nor any of its directors, including me, made any reportable donations to anyone. Whether parishioners did donate their money is entirely a matter for them. Secondly, members of our church can vote. It was never a rule, but many people interpreted a passage in Romans chapter 13 in the Bible as a reason not to vote. Over time, we've seen this view evolve and more of our members do choose to vote. That's something they can do at their own discretion. It's also up to each individual member whether they exercise their right to abstain from voting for religious reasons, and it was never a test of fellowship in our church. Finally, I just want to highlight that we agree that reform is needed to help prevent aggressive conduct, deliberate obstruction and intimidating behaviour at electoral booths. We call on the AEC to issue guidance making it explicitly clear that it's unacceptable for any volunteers to be singled out, insulted or discriminated against based on their religion. We also call on members of Parliament to set the example that calling out a person's religion in a political or electoral context is not in line with the expectations of modern Australia. We sincerely hope that the recommendations of this committee will help ensure that such harmful behaviour is never seen again in this country. Again, I point out that if religious discrimination, such as what we witnessed in the 2025 election, is allowed to start with my church, it certainly won't end with my church. Thank you for the opportunity to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw. I'm not sure if you can tell there's a number of members of this committee here present today to ask questions and some participating members as well. We'll start with the committee members first and end with the participating members of the committee towards the end of the time. And as you've requested, there'll be a period of 10 to 15 minutes break to break up the time that you've given us today. And I'd like to thank you for coming. I'll start with some questions and then I'll go to the Deputy Chair. There's some quite alarming reporting in today's Sydney Morning Herald Age 9 newspapers, which I'm assuming you're familiar with the content of this morning's article. Mr Grimshaw, are you the church's spokesperson whenever there are media requests?
Thank you. Yes, generally for the last few years I'm in this role. I fill as a director of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church is an unpaid volunteer position. We don't have any official positions in the church, which I can speak about. But as the last few years, I generally have been the one that has been the spokesperson and answered media inquiries when they've come. Okay.
And so I'm taking it that comments that are attributed to a Brethren elder in response to this reporting are from you?
Possibly, but maybe not all.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
certain.
All right. Can I just get, what's your reaction to this article?
Well, if I could, I'd like to give you a reaction to it. I did read through some of it and I have some notes I've made as to it. So a little while back, a senior source within the Age reached out to a church and expressed concern about the reporting and bias from journalist Michael Batchelard, and today's story is just the latest example of why such concern exists, not only within my church, but within at least some quarters of the age itself. Let's start with the story headline, which is Exclusive Brethren secretly paid far-right activists to perform stunts disrupting the federal election. That's a complete lie. My church did not make any donations or support in any way political parties or third parties who were involved in the election. And been told this journalist, I've told that to this journalist repeatedly. As far as I can recall, the story makes not one specific allegation about a specific member of our church. And apart from a gratuitous reference to Mr. Bruce Hales, it references no church member specifically at all. As I recall, this story doesn't point to one amount of money, one detailed transaction, one quote, one communication between my church or even an individual member of my church, and one politician or political party or third party. The story is allegedly based on a say-so from 6 political and church stories, none of which is named. It's not an investigation. Without names, it doesn't even meet a threshold of gossip. It's a tale of elders, of gophers, of duffel bags, and anonymous sources and unnamed people and politicians with no proof, no amounts, no transactions, no communication, and no corroboration. The story just proves that when you write an article about the Brethren, the collective noun for more than one member of the church, the Age gets clicks and they can tell their advertisers about it.
So you think this reporting is just to get clicks and advertising, do you?
Yes, it appears so.
Are you concerned about some of the behaviour that's outlined in the article?
Well, as I said in the opening statement, the church was not involved in the election campaign.
That's not my question. That's not my question. My question is, are you concerned about the behaviour that was outlined in the article?
Well, I'm certainly not here to defend any poor behaviour. If there's, to the extent there's poor behaviour from anyone, whether it's in the church or outside of the church, I'd condemn it.
Mm-hmm. So you condemn that type of behaviour. It's outlined that senior brethren elders coordinated some of this behaviour. Are you concerned about members of your church doing that?
Well, as I said, I'm not here to defend anyone's poor behaviour, but I have no reason to believe any of that's true. I have no evidence of it. I know nothing about it. To the extent any poor behaviour, whether it's someone in the church or outside of the church, I'd certainly condemn it. I'm not here to justify anyone's poor behaviour.
The article refers to about a dozen brethren elders. Do you have any idea who those brethren elders would be?
No, I don't.
No. Are you one of the brethren elders referred to in the article, Mr. Grimshaw?
I'm certainly not. I had no involvement whatsoever in the 2025 election campaign.
Okay. The article references chat groups that were used to coordinate domestic interference. Were you in any of these chat groups, Mr. Grimshaw?
No,
okay.
I wasn't. I don't know anything about them.
Do you know Chris De Bruyne, or have you communicated with Chris De Bruyne before?
I've never heard the name. I don't recognise that name at all. No.
Morgan C. Jonas, have you heard his name before? Have you communicated with him before?
No, I've never communicated with him, but I have a vague recollection. I've seen his name in the paper before, but that's my only recollection of that name.
Okay, and Lawrence McIntyre, he is referred to in the article. Do you know him or have you communicated with him?
No, I have no knowledge of that name. I've never heard of it before.
And have you communicated with him?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much. I mean, I guess what I find most extraordinary about this reporting, Mr. Grimshaw, which identifies senior brethren elders as being coordinating some of these activities disrupting the electoral process. This is happening at a time when we hear constant warnings from ASIO and the AFP about this type of escalation in the political process and disruption. I mean, senior elders are alleged to be right in the thick of this. What does your church have to say about this?
Well, what I would say is that the church is not involved in and didn't coordinate the efforts of anyone in the election, but certainly I'm not denying that, members of the church got involved, but there's a big distinction between what the church is involved in and what private citizens are involved in. And
Are you concerned? Are you concerned about that your members are involved in this behaviour?
Well, we don't seek to control them, but that seemed quite unverified, those reports. I don't know the specifics of what they're alleging there, but it's their private. I mean, no church seeks to enter into the private affairs of their members and control what they do in their private time. And I mean, our church is no different to that. I mean, we have an expectation, as I said before, we'd certainly hope and expect that all our members behaved appropriate and well and courteously at all times and did the right thing. But that's I think any church would expect that of their members.
Have you taken any steps to address this type of behaviour, Mr Grimshaw?
No, I haven't, because, as I said, the church wasn't involved in it. And, this is this morning's article. We're talking about something that's come out in the paper just a couple of hours before this hearing. So I really haven't had a chance to go through it.
Sure, I'm more referencing the evidence to this committee, the reams of reporting on involvement of members of your church. You're saying you've not talked to members of your church about any of those reports? No, I mean, participating in an election is anyone's right to do. Sure. But we certainly have heard some reports, quite a lot of reports come to us from our members about the treatment that they received on polling booths and etc. So I've had discussions to that degree about some of the stuff that occurred, but as I said, we've really, from a church's perspective, been put in a pretty difficult position here of having nothing to do with it then, because of the volume of media inquiries and preparing for this submission, etc., have been in the unusual position of then having to reach out and ask about what members were doing in their private time and lives. So that's the kind of discussions I've had. How does this behaviour intersect with the teachings of your church? Like, do you think it's okay for your church members to disrupt the electoral process like this? Well, that's an allegation and it's an untested one. As I said, the story doesn't point to one amount of money, one detailed transaction, doesn't quote one communication between my church or even an individual member of the church or one politician or one political party. Stories allegedly based on a say-so from a bunch of sources, none of which are named. So, I mean, I just can't comment on something I know nothing about, any of this allegation that's been made. Do you think it's okay for your members to intimidate and harass political candidates, volunteers? As I said, the church expects its members to behave appropriately at all times, and to the extent any of that is true, the church would condemn it. Are you aware of any members of your church that have trained in campaigning with the MAGA movement in the United States? No, I'm not. Okay. All right, I might leave it there, just noting how many people we've got here at the table, and I might come back if that's all right. Mr Grimshaw, I'll hand over to the Deputy Chair, Senator the Honourable Richard Colbeck.
Thanks, Chair. In your submission, you discussed the concerns you had about calling out of your faith at polling booths in public. Could you just expand on that for me, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. I mean, it seemed extraordinary that the religion of a volunteer was being made some sort of test as to whether they should have the right to participate as a volunteer in an election campaign. And many of them were quite aggressively accosted on polling booths and directly asked the question as to whether they belong to a particular faith, the exclusive brethren, I think they are. And, some of them, I think there was an even instance of a MP that was pretty much putting a camera in someone's face while they were filming them and asking them the same question. And it was pretty aggressive sort of conduct, but it had quite a bit of impact on the people from our church. And we just thought it was completely inappropriate that someone's faith was being made a test of whether they belonged on a polling booth or not.
So at the hearing in Hobart a couple of weeks ago, former Senator Billick said that she was asking members of, or participants at the polling booth, whether they were members of the Plymouth Brethren Church. You clearly don't believe that that's an appropriate behaviour for anyone, let alone an elected member.
No, I don't. I mean, it seems a bit extraordinary to me. I've never heard of anyone else being asked what their faith was. And I suppose I'd pose the question, if they had have asked, are you a Jew or are you a Muslim, there might have been more of an outcry about it. But considering they were just asking, are you a Plymouth Brethren or exclusive brethren, as they were terming us, it seemed to be fair game and open season. But it doesn't, it certainly doesn't seem appropriate that, those sort of questions are getting asked on polling booths of volunteers, private citizens of this country, let alone by sitting MPs.
Could you give us examples of acts of aggression towards members of your church on polling day? You've mentioned one from an MP, which is quite concerning, I have to say. But do you have any examples of aggression towards members of your faith?
So I think we outlined a few examples in our submission, but just to give you an idea of the types of things that were proceeding, in preparation for the inquiry, we actively sought some feedback from persons who did volunteer their time in the election, and we ended up getting a bit of a barrage of correspondence come to us from various people within the church and outlining some of their experiences. We received over 60 replies of poor behaviour, but a lot of them were around religious discrimination. Here's a couple of examples here. A person at the Kew Primary School, who happened to be one of our church members, was so viciously and verbally attacked, she was brought to tears before the former Victorian Premier, actually, Jeff Kennett, stepped in to stop it. Another example is a current Labor senator shouting into his phone in the Cecil Hills area that there were cults on the booth. We had a Greens volunteer walking up and down the voting line yelling that the Liberal candidate was in a cult, holding a copy of a newspaper that had a story about our church on the front page, and we have a video of that behaviour. At least two additional examples of sitting MPs, as I was saying, walking up to brethren and asking them while filming them as to whether they're brethren. And we had an example of a MP's father in the Sydney areas that approached one of our volunteers making homophobic comments, implying that he was a gay person, and asked him, "How's your bum?" So that's the type of stuff that was going on. And as I said, I'm not here to defend poor behaviour from any member of our church, or I think it's fair that we're afforded, members of our church are afforded the same courtesy. And I realise that behaviour on polling booths is definitely a focus of the committee, and I welcome that. I think it's entirely appropriate, but I just would ask for some balance to also take into account in looking at that whole question of behaviour as to maybe the section of it that hasn't been looked at so much was the religious discrimination part of it, that it also fits into under the broad heading of behaviour, I would suggest.
Your submission addresses a number of characteristics of the church that you say are inaccurate. Can you explain what the church is and what it's not?
Yeah, thank you. And I think maybe it would help, I guess, when most people think of a church, they think of one of the larger global churches that is very structured and hierarchical. Our church, as I said, has been in Australia for over 150 years. It began in the 1820s in Plymouth in the UK, and now it's as far as Australia is concerned, I'll define my remarks to Australia, but there's over 82 assemblies or congregations, as we call them, across Australia. And we have no constituent governing document other than the Holy Bible. These assemblies and congregations are unincorporated associations and autonomous in their functions, and there's no centralised record keeping. And each assembly, each of those 82 assemblies, takes responsibility for their own functions, such as pastoral care of members, the various Bible readings, preachings, teachings that they have every week, the evangelical services in the church halls and public halls, prayer meetings, and Holy Communion, of course. That's all done at each of those autonomous locations. There's no clergy in the church or appointed ministers. Instead, the PBCC is essentially comprised of families who come together in local congregations. And I think it's the non-hierarchical structure that is helpful to understand. There's no, like I say, there's no employees in the church. There's no official positions or titles. And it operates more as a family, a Christian fellowship. Obviously, we have a very close shared faith and belief and practice, but there's no hierarchical structure in the church, which I think is maybe helpful to understand. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question there exactly, no. But does that give you some context around the structure of the church?
Yes, Mr. Grimshaw, it does. I just want to go back and ask if you might be prepared to table your opening statement for the benefit of committee members so that we can refer to that during the hearing today. I just want to go back to the point and the questions that I was asking you a moment ago with respect to the attacks on your faith over recent times, and just ask whether you believe that may have encouraged more people to be active within the electoral process, and you spoke about the whether or not members of the church voted, but more people to vote because of the victimisation that your church has suffered.
Yeah, I think that would be true to say. I mean, if you look at the makeup of the church, we're only a small conservative Christian group in this country of about 16,000 members, and that's from newborns up to elderly persons. But there's a large majority that fit in the younger cohort. So probably 40% of the church are under 25 years old, roughly. And out of that makeup, you've got a lot of young families that are doing all the ordinary things of life, with trying to settle down to establish themselves, build a family, pay off a mortgage, educate their children, go to work, start a business. And a lot of these persons are energetic, they're entrepreneurial. There's lots of persons within the church that run small family businesses, and they have an active interest in the government of the day, whatever it is, because it impacts their daily lives. So they don't need any institutional triggers to get them to come out and take an interest in what's happening in the government. However, they are sensitive, as you can imagine, to some of the religious discrimination that happens, and some of the reporting in the media and others that is directed towards the church. And to use a common expression, I think it does fire people up. When they're publicly called out and targeted for their faith, it makes them naturally want to defend their faith and defend their beliefs and practices and what they stand for. So I think what you say is entirely correct, that during the 2025 election campaign, we saw an extraordinary rise of media reporting and name calling and all sorts of things directed against the church, seen for political purposes. Well, I think the result of that was that many decided to get involved and help out.
Like members of any other faith?
Members of any other faith or group. I think it's just a natural instinct, if you like, that when your team is getting attacked, you come out in defence.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Senator Mulholland is online and off mute. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mr Grimshaw. Thank you very much for joining the committee this morning to share your evidence. In your opening statement, you talked about religious discrimination, and I just want to make a note from the outset of my questioning that there are a number of members of this committee who are people of faith themselves, who are very supportive of our faith communities right across the board, different faiths. So that's something that we certainly reject outright. And I just wanted to get that on the record before we move into some questioning. In your opening statement, you talked about the fact that the church wasn't involved in the federal 2025 election campaign, but that some members may have chosen to volunteer in their own personal capacities. Can you shine some light or try and give some explanation to this committee? Because what we really struggle with that position, Mr Grimshaw, is that we have very clearly evidence on the record that there was political activity from your church members as far away as Perth, Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, Ipswich. Different church members involved in very similar campaigning, very similar signage, very similar tactics, and this committee is supposed to accept the argument that there was no level of coordination of those members from the church. Can you appreciate that is a hard argument for this committee to be able to accept?
Thank you. Thank you very much, and for your previous comments. I appreciate you saying that. Yes, I can understand that, but let me try and take you through it again. I mean, I would re-emphasise the point that I made, that the church, there was no institutional input or involvement in the election campaign, and there never has been, and we don't support political candidates or parties or make donations, and we don't encourage or organise volunteers. Now, I'm not denying that many of our members got involved, from the church, and I wouldn't deny that there was obviously some coordination. Of course, there must have been amongst those members, but what I can assure you is that it certainly wasn't coordination or direction from the church. Those
When you
geographical-
say the church, that there was no coordination or direction from the church, what would that look like? If there was direction from the church, because I suppose you keep saying in your submission and your evidence that there's no direction from the church. What would direction from the church look like? So we can be clear.
Yeah. So one thing I probably haven't outlined, I guess, is I'm here as a director of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. Now, in Australia, that's a secretariat entity that is the charity in Australia. It's a small secretariat entity that does some general secretariat duties. For instance, it operates a website. It produces some Bible literature, and it takes the public inquiries off the website. Anyone that would ring the phone number on the front of any of our church buildings, it would take those messages and respond to those inquiries. So it does that type of secretariat type work. That's the entity that I'm referring to when I say the church, because that's what has been written to. The fellowship, as I say, is an unincorporated association. We've got 82 of those across the country that operate autonomously. Now, if members of a religious group decide to do something in their private capacity as private citizens, that they don't speak on behalf of the church when they do that, just because that's their faith. And it doesn't necessarily mean, it's a bit like equating to say, well, or all the Catholics that were out there volunteering on polling booths, were they directed by the Catholic Church? There's a conflation that we often see in the media, and I can give you an example of it, where the media often talks about brethren businesses, and we've had that for years and years and years in this media. They often talk about brethren businesses. Well, there is no such thing as a brethren business, because a church doesn't have any businesses, it doesn't have any vested interests. So it's a conflation of what faith someone belongs to and joining that with the church. And I think that's kind of what's happened here. I'm not saying that members didn't participate, and clearly they did, and there must have been some coordination, but they would have coordinated amongst themselves, self-coordinated, and whoever they were.
Spontaneous 3,000 kilometres away from each other, just amongst themselves. I still think that is a really hard premise for us to swallow on this committee, that somehow thousands of people who live in completely different cities who've never met each other just happen to all have the same idea at the same period of time to do the same activity. I think it is a difficult pill for us to swallow on that one, unfortunately, Mr. Grimshaw. And it flies in the face of evidence the committee has heard from ex-members of the church who have said to us in extreme detail in their evidence before us about the level of control and direction from the church. And those people didn't, those witnesses didn't say to us, the church is the person in a building who opens the mail and responds to email. They very clearly indicated to us that church was the leadership from Mr. Hales down, and a range of people who are in their local churches who hold leadership positions, who they see week in, week out, giving them direction about all things in their lives. That's what they view the church as, not the person who responds to the emails or deals with the website. So I think your members have very clearly given us evidence before this committee about what they see the church as being. And it's not the administrative body that does the paperwork in the back end.
Thank you. You're talking about ex-members there that have given you that evidence, I think. But I'll give you one example of someone I heard about. He was a small business owner who wanted to support the Liberal Party. He contacted the Liberal Party and said that he wanted to volunteer at his local booth, and they jumped at the chance, as you expect. They said they were short-staffed. Told him it'd be great if he could bring some additional help. So he spoke with his wife and some of his friends and his mates, and they were able to get a bunch of people together and were put on some sort of roster. So yes, they were church members and they did coordinate, and they ended up volunteering for a political party out on a booth. But again, that had nothing to do with the church. And I mean, we have those 85, 82 locations are right across this country. So we have people, members living in Perth to Queensland and north and south and east and west. And, it's not, I don't think it's unexpected when you look at the nature of the church, is that, as I said, with a lot of younger families, they're living in the suburbs or regional areas of Australia. They're small business owners and they're of a conservative Christian faith. I don't think it's unexpected that their bent and leaning for most of them is towards conservative politics. So if they wish to get involved. So I think that would be kind of where they're heading. But in the overall, I think the numbers have been sensationalised in the media of how many brethren actually participated. I mean, as I said, we're a small group. I can't tell you the number. I've got no idea how many participated, but I noticed the committee has, I think it was on one of their media releases on the committee website, they said, brethren members were seen in 80 suburbs of Australia. Well, I Googled how many suburbs in Australia, and there's 15,353 suburbs, I think. And members were seen, according to your own website, in 80 of them, which is 0.5% of suburbs in Australia. So I think, the fact that some members got fired up and got involved, I think the media, blame the media, but I think they've sensationalised the amount of people that got involved in the scale of it.
So I'm going to refer to an Age article, not this morning's article, but there was an article on the 7th of June 2025 that says, "Game on, the minute-long message that unleashed the Brethren's election machine." One Sunday in mid-April, 2 weeks into the federal election campaign, the global leader of the extremist Christian sect, formerly known as Exclusive Brethren, recorded a brief audio message to his followers. To the Brethren, the words of the man of God, Bruce Hales, are close to Holy Writ. The message was only 1 minute or so long and narrowcast a flock on a Brethren-only app called Global Media Stream. And it goes on to say that in that app, in that message, there was instruction about the election, talking about making sure that booths are manned, volunteers are fired up each day to dominate the play. We must keep pressing the flesh, shaking hands and talking to voters. So when we talk about the church not being involved, Mr. Grimshaw, there is reports of an audio message going out from Mr. Bruce Hales to members on a members-only app to give them direction about involvement in the election campaign. So your evidence still remains before this committee. Is that correct, that the church was not involved in coordinating activity and giving direction to members to be involved in the election campaign for the purposes of supporting a Liberal Party? Is that correct?
Yeah, it certainly is correct. And let me explain to you why. What you're referring to there is that media article lacks and helpful, and I'll give it to you now, the context. That short few words were spoken in what we call a Bible meeting or a Bible reading, and as part of our weekly cycle of meetings, we commence with the Holy Communion on a Sunday morning, and then we have prayer meetings, we have preaching meetings, we have 2 or 3 Bible readings or Bible meetings, we call them, during a week. That's the way that proceeds, is someone will read a passage or passages of scripture, and then there's a fairly wide-ranging discussion amongst the audience of the meaning of those passages in contemporary sense for a Christian's life in today's day and age. And it's a wide-ranging discussion that'll cover, many current topics. That discussion might go for up to an hour, and some of those discussions are recorded and then made available to members at a later date to listen to in their own time. And someone has selectively selected 5 words from an hour-long discussion and said that, tried to make out that this is a political message, and it's not the context it was given in. And it's been misinterpreted as to what the meaning of those words were and the purpose that they were given. So, unfortunately, the media article...
Look, that's a little hard to accept, Mr Grimshaw, that was misinterpreted when that was the direction that was given from the church leadership. So people in very, very high positions, including members of the Hales family who are considered to be, Mr Hales is considered to be the man of God of your church, and his family giving advice and direction about involvement in election campaign activity. And then we saw following those conversations that were going on in the members-only app and the video message went out, we saw an uptick in activity across the country. You really cannot expect members of this committee to accept that evidence that it was, somehow just a conversation and a chat. There are further messages in this chat that have been leaked, and they identify members of the church, and we do have evidence before us that you yourself are a member of some of these chats, despite telling Mr Laxale earlier that you haven't been involved in any election discussions and you weren't aware of any election discussions. The evidence is very, very hard for this committee to accept. And I feel, I think it's probably remiss of me not to remind you that we need to be making sure that the evidence presented today is not misleading. We are trying to give you an opportunity to explain these matters, but it is very hard to accept that there is now an audio message, and this is... Sorry, Chair?
No, go on. Finish your question.
It is very hard to accept. So I'm going to ask you again, have you been a member of the global media stream application, members-only application, where there have been discussions and dialogue about involvement in the election campaign, including getting out and manning booths, firing up, making sure Australia smiles again, all of the key activities the Brethren were involved in across the country? Have you been involved in those apps? Are you a member of those apps and those discussions?
Well, thank you. I think it needs a bit of clarification here because I'm not aware of being on any chats of what you discuss, what you described there. And the global media stream you're talking about is not a chat. It's exactly as I described to you. It's a record of church meetings that are made available to members to listen to at another time, and that's the only use for that media stream is a record of meetings. And as I say, if someone selected a couple of words out of that and used them outside of that, then they've used them outside of the purpose for which, they were broadcast. But, just because members of the church as private individuals, and that goes for anyone in the church right up to, what you call senior people in the church, because they want to come out and volunteer for an election campaign and encourage others and talk to other people and fire their other people up. They're not representing the church when they're doing that. They're doing that in their own capacity, and the church can't be held responsible, like no church in this country would be held responsible for what parishioners did in their private time. And I don't see why another different standard is trying to be made here.
Okay.
Final question, Ms Mulholland.
I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ms Ryan. Dr Ryan, sorry.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair. Mr Grimshaw, The community that I represent in Kooyong, which is in inner eastern Melbourne, as far as I know, doesn't include any Brethren communities. I'm happy to be corrected on that if I'm wrong.
I'm not familiar with every suburb that takes in, but I think that's probably right.
Right. And you've mentioned that many of the Brethren communities are rurally based or outer suburban. Can you tell me why it would be, that being the case, that dozens of Brethren members appeared together in the electorate that I represent for a period of several weeks during the 2025 federal campaign?
No, I mean, I can't, because the church had no involvement in coordinating volunteers or any input into it, so I have no knowledge of it. As to, any coordination of, where church volunteers, or not church volunteers, volunteers that happen to be church members, where they ended up. Now, as I was saying earlier, I just assume, it doesn't probably help the committee for me to assume, but I assume that, any volunteers were coordinating in some sense with the party they were volunteering for, and were directed, where they needed some labour. So, that's my explanation of where that may have happened, but I really can't enlighten you on it because the church had no input into it.
Do you accept that there were dozens of Brethren volunteers in the electorate of Kooyong in 2025?
No, because I wasn't there. I have no knowledge of any arrangements for anyone to be there, and I question, as I did with a lot of these submissions, 75 or so submissions that mention Brethren, there is a huge generalisation about, Brethren members. There's only 5, I think, that positively identify Brethren members, and that is because they spoke to people and they said they were from the Brethren or some such thing. The rest of it's just an assumption. It's just because the way people looked, the way they dressed, the way there was media articles and we think they were Brethren in our electorate. I don't, how do you look at a crowd of people and determine what their religion is? I mean, not everyone in a blue shirt's a Brethren member, and we don't walk around with stickers saying we're Brethren members. So, I've got no way of saying they were or they weren't, but nor does, in the majority of cases, nor does anyone else, I would suggest.
We have many, many photos and multiple instances of video footage of people who have been identified as members of the Brethren community, and one of the things which is quite striking about them is the fact that in many cases the females are dressed in an identical fashion. I would suggest that's one of the things which has marked them out as being different from other members of the community who might have been at electorally related activities. In Kooyong, all of the girls wore black tennis skirts and black leggings. It was a somewhat striking uniform. They also repeated the same phrase, "Make Australia Happy Again," and they clearly had a script from which they were speaking at pre-poll. That is one of the things I think which marked them out as being people not from our community, and they admitted that they weren't from the community and that they were from the country. They just were reluctant to give further information than that. Now, you said that some people from the Brethren, in your preparatory statement, you said some people did get involved and they brought friends. I'd like to follow up on the reporting in The Age this morning about the involvement of far-right groups and activists and neo-Nazis in the 2025 election, and the allegations that they were, in at least some instances, funded by members of the Brethren Church. I would like to ask you, relevant to the electorate that I represent, whether the Brethren has any relationship with or has funded in any way a former member of the Proud Boys by the name of Harrison McLean, who interrupted an asylum seeker resource centre event on the 23rd of April 2025.
Well, no, I mean, I've never heard that name. It's the first time I've ever heard the name. And with respect to any allegations around this topic, Church completely rejects anti-Semitism, which is completely antithetical to our views. We find it abhorrent. And the Church has never funded any political party, let alone anyone associated with those type of people. So, no, I've never heard of it. And, it's completely abhorrent to the Church.
Thank you. So for the record, can I ask you then to speak to whether or not the Brethren had any relationship with a person by the name of Matt Try, a known neo-Nazi who interrupted a Friends of the ABC event in Kooyong on the 24th of April 2025?
Well, I can certainly speak on behalf of the Church and say it had no relationship with any political party or anyone, and I've never heard that name before. You've mentioned it now, I've never heard of it.
Okay, and on the 30th of April 2025, there was a disgusting anti-Semitic activity at Kew pre-poll in the electorate that I represent, which was attended by a neo-Nazi, a known neo-Nazi by the name of Joel Davis and a number of other individuals. Can I ask you to, again, put on the record that the Brethren had no relationship with or fund and did not fund in those activities in any way?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm glad to put it on the record. I've never heard of either of those names either, and the Brethren, Plymouth Brethren Christian Church never funded 1 cent to any political cause or party or candidate in the 2025 election.
Sorry, I kind of say, so you just said the Brethren did not fund any. Could you just repeat that last statement? The Church.
Sorry, I said the Plymouth Brethren
Right.
Christian Church did not fund any political candidate or party in the 2025 election.
Okay, thank you. You said that members of the Church have cause as Australian citizens, obviously, to be involved and interested in issues which are relevant to Australian elections, and that's why they might have chosen to volunteer in 2025. You also mentioned that they can vote, that they're free to vote. Do they vote?
Well, some do and some don't. And that's been the case for quite some years. I mean, going back a few decades, it would be more common that the Brethren didn't vote. They interpreted a passage in the Bible in Romans chapter 13 and other passages of really pointing out that government is of God and it's there to be a terror to an evil work, and God set us up kings and deposes kings. I think that's a scripture in Daniel, and many members of the Church took that as really an obligation to abstain from voting, and as has been the provision in this land for many decades, the law actually makes provision for anyone of religious beliefs that preclude them from voting to take advantage of that exemption. And that's not just Brethren, anyone with religious views that preclude them from voting. And many of our members would have done that, but we've seen a trend in the last quite a few years of more of our members perhaps getting out there and voting and got more engaged and have decided that they will go and vote. And I believe, not that we keep any records and we don't check up on anyone whether they do or they don't. It's never been a test of fellowship, as we say in our church. But I believe that in the last few years, more and more have chosen to vote.
Brethren,
Quite a lot told me that in the last election they did.
Are members of the Brethren Church allowed to join political parties?
Well, we don't join any other associations. Our association in the Brethren Church is with those that we participate in Holy Communion and what we call the Lord's Supper on a Lord's Day morning or Sunday morning. And that's our fellowship, and that's who we restrict our association with. So Brethren don't join associations of any type other than that association. So that would include political parties that do not formally join associations.
They're not permitted to join political parties.
Yeah, when we say not permitted, that's the teachings of the church, what we call teaching of separation, and where we wouldn't join associations because we reserve our fellowship with the persons that we take Holy Communion with, and that would include political parties.
There are photographs in the public domain of corflutes, political posters for at least one political party. I'm speaking of the Australian Freedom Party, which is the director of which is on note is Morgan C. Jonas. Multiple corflutes from that Freedom Party and from that individual on the premises of Brethren-owned businesses. Given what you've said, is that not at odds with your statement that the Brethren don't formally associate with political parties?
Well, I don't think I said didn't associate. We wouldn't formally be a member, so we wouldn't sign up as a member to any association, be it a business association, the Chamber of Commerce, or any other a formal association. We wouldn't sign up formally as a member, but that doesn't preclude, like, Brethren attending business seminars and events put on by these associations and so on and so forth. And the same would apply to volunteers that decided to volunteer for a particular political party of their choosing. If they helped out in whatever capacity they could there, it doesn't mean that they're formally signing up as a member.
Right, so you would have no concerns about the activities that were reported by Brethren, reported in The Age on the 14th of May 2025 about members of the Brethren acting on behalf of the Liberal Party to make nearly 1 million calls on behalf of the Liberal Party during the federal election campaign in 2025?
Sorry, can I just go back to your previous question, because I just wanted to make the point again. You referred to Brethren businesses, and I just tried to make that point before because I think it's important, because this is the thing that we've had for decades in the media in this country, talking about Brethren businesses, and there is actually no such thing as a Brethren business. You're talking about a member of a church that happens to have a private business, and it's no connection with the church. It's like saying the mechanic down the road that happens to be a Catholic, that his business is a Catholic business. It just doesn't. There's a conflation there. So I just wanted to put that on the record. But to come back to your other question, I think it was about phone activity. Sorry, excuse me for asking you to repeat that.
My question was whether or not you had any concerns about Brethren, members of the Brethren Church, as was reported in The Age on May the 14th, 2025, making as many as 1 million calls on behalf of the Liberal Party, telephone calls on behalf of the Liberal Party in the 2025 campaign.
Well, that's really a question for the Liberal Party to answer. I'm sure they're probably keeping some records about, I'm sure they're not keeping the record of, the religion of any of their volunteers. So I don't know whether they can verify that for you or not, but, the church certainly doesn't know anything about it. And, I don't think the church has a particular view or problem with its members exercising their democratic right and getting out there and volunteering for a political party or at an election campaign if that's what they want to do. As long as it's we would have an expectation that it's a legitimate what they're doing, not some of these other people you spoke about. But any questions in relation to what the activity was as it relates to a particular political party would have to be a question for the party, not for us, because we don't have any knowledge of it.
Last question, Ms. Ryan.
Sure. I'll just ask you to reconcile that statement with Mr. Grinshaw, which is that members of the church are free to do what they like and it's a democratic right. Earlier you referred to the writings of Mr. Hale and how they're circulated to church members, and that one of the jobs of your secretariat is to undertake that circulation to church members. Among the writings of Mr. Hale is a statement that says that everything you do in your daily life is church business. That being the case, there's a certain inconsistency here. Could you reconcile that for me? If the leader of your church says that everything you do in your daily life is church business, and members of the Brethren are, during the 2025 federal election campaign, making 1 million calls on behalf of the Liberal Party, how is that not church business?
Yeah, well, I obviously have to look at that quote in context, and I can't pull out the context out of my mind. It must have been, I don't know when it was spoken, where it was spoken, or how it was spoken, but my reading of that, as never really heard that before, would be, I think the context would be that, it's in your daily life, a church member's daily life, they're observed as being part of the Christian faith, and they should act accordingly. So they should act in accord with their Christian faith. I mean, Paul the Apostle Paul in Scripture speaks about God's house, and that's a very broad term, God's house. That really includes the whole of Christendom, if you like, and it would be that you're acting in a way that's in accordance with your beliefs, and that would be the context, I believe, that statement would include.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Grinshaw, for providing evidence today. I just want to go back to something that you said.
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. I'll turn my volume up a bit.
Are we good?
Might need some more on your microphone.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Grimshaw, for providing evidence today. I just want to pop back to something that you said earlier, which is that you said we've had quite a lot of reports about the treatment they received on polling booths, and that was in relation to members of your church. Can I just ask, why would members be reporting to you about what's happened on polling booths if that was part of their private lives and those are separate from the church?
Yeah, thank you for that question. As I said, the 2025 federal election campaign was an extraordinary time for the church in the sense of the hundreds of media stories that we got out, that were out in the media, and a lot of those involved journalists coming to us and asking questions, which we always try and be cooperative as we can and answer the questions for them in full. And so there was that, and there was obviously this committee that I'm here today in front of that we tried to prepare as best we could for. And that whole thing put the church in a pretty unusual situation in the sense that we were forced into a position of having to go out and start asking members, did they get involved in the federal election and what was their experience like? And after asking a few, the kind of word got around a bit that we were inquiring, and we started getting members voluntarily send in information to us. So as I think
how many
we
members
ended up with about 60.
How many members voluntarily sent information to you?
I don't know the total number of responses.
That's right. You can provide it to us later on notice. That'd be great. And can I ask, when you talked about the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church you said it didn't fund and wasn't involved in any political party or with any political party. Understanding now from your questions from Ms. Holland earlier, understanding that that was a very narrow definition. When you said that, did that mean that the entity secretariat that you spoke about earlier, the entity secretariat did not fund and wasn't involved in any political party?
Yeah, that's certainly the case. That's correct.
So if I was in the way that I might use the word church, to broaden that to the church as members, senior members and the fellowship, would the statement still be true?
Well, I can speak on behalf of the directors of that entity.
No, sorry, for clarity, I understand you have a narrow definition of what church is to that entity secretariat. My question is, if the definition was, as I would consider it to be, i.e. the members, the senior members and the fellowship was the definition of the church, would your statement, the church did not fund and wasn't involved in any political party, still be true?
On this one, Chair.
Well, I only have
Sorry,
Ollie
just to interrupt. Hypothetical questions are typically deemed outside the standard limits for committees.
For
I think it goes to the definition of contents in the Brethren submission. So I think it's important to understand the definition of what the church is. And
I just would ask it's not framed as a hypothetical.
Well, perhaps I should re-ask
reframe
it.
Ms. Campbell. Yeah.
I will re-ask it
Sorry, just one
as
second, Ms.
this.
Campbell.
I'm sorry.
On the point of order, a member of this committee might like to define something some way.
I'm not sure that a witness needs to accept a member of this committee's definition. It's up to the church to define who they are. It's not up to a member of this committee to define who they are, which is the inference in the question.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I also think it's important that when questions are asked, both the witness and the questioner are aware of exactly what they're talking about. I think that's the underlying question there from Ms. Campbell, but I would ask that you perhaps rephrase it not in a hypothetical.
Did the church, including church members, church leadership and the fellowship, fund or were they involved in any political party during the 2025 election?
Well, neither my church nor its directors, including me, made any recordable donations, and I think the Hales family are on the record of saying neither did they. But I have no idea about the donations of individual members that they may have made. Individual members no more than...
So to be clear, you cannot confirm that the fellowship, the senior members of the Brethren or the members of the church, you cannot confirm that they did not fund or were involved with a political party during the 2025 election?
Well, I can tell you about the directors, and of course I can't tell you about
Okay, thank you.
private citizens have paid to political parties in donations. I mean, no church in this country could tell you that.
Thank you. I did just want to confirm, so you said earlier the Brethren don't join associations of any type except that associations. And I took that to mean that members of the church don't join any other associations except the Brethren itself. Can I just get some clarity? When members join the Brethren, are they joining the entity secretariat or do they join the fellowship?
They're received into fellowship.
Okay, so for clarity...
There is no...
Yeah, so for clarity, just to ensure that I understand what you're saying, the entity secretariat that you have been referring to as the church, there are no members of that from the church because members of the church do not join the entity secretariat. Members of the church are received by the fellowship. Is that correct?
All the directors of that entity are members of the church as well. But each individual, the 16,000 members are not all, directors of that entity.
Yeah.
So
just to be
is that clear? Right?
Yes, so no, I understand. What you are saying is that all the 16,000 members of the Brethren are actually not members of the entity secretariat that you have been calling the church. In fact,
Correct.
they are members of the fellowship. And the fellowship is the entity that you clarify that you cannot confirm or not confirm had involvement or funding with political parties in the 2025 election. Okay.
Just one sec, just for clarity again. So, Mr. Grimshaw, you're here representing the entity. Are you here representing the fellowship?
Well, yes, but the fellowship is an unincorporated association. It's a Christian fellowship. So I'm here, as you say, as a director of the entity called the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, but I'm also here as a lifelong member of the fellowship and as a person that's currently in fellowship.
Okay, and your submission, the submission 259, that is on behalf of the entity which only has directors and no members of the church community.
Yes, directors are members of the church community as well.
Sure, but you're distinctly treating them as two separate things. I just want to get it for absolute clarity that submission 259 to this inquiry is a submission on behalf of the entity, not of the church community.
Well, I think I can, I'm here on behalf of both. Okay. Because I can speak on behalf.
Yeah, but that wasn't my question. My question was about the submission, not about why you're here. Is the submission on behalf of the entity or of the church community?
Well, the submission was from the entity, correct. But I think as was referred to a bit earlier, I have often filled the role as being a spokesperson for the church because I'm a lifelong member and I have a reasonable grasp of how the church operates, the fellowship of the church, which is, like I say, an unincorporated association.
And Mr. Grimshaw, if it is now the case from, as I understand it from your evidence, that you are now here representing both the entity secretariat and the fellowship, can you please clarify for the committee in further questions when you are referring to the fellowship and when you are referring to the secretariat? Can I ask Mr. Grimshaw, what does Make Australia Smile Again mean to you, or Make Australia Happy Again?
Pretty much what it says on the tin.
Have you heard that phrase before?
I have, because I've noticed it in the media reporting.
And you hadn't heard of it before then?
In and around election time, I started getting questions from the media about it, so I've heard about it from that time.
Okay, so the genesis of you hearing about it was from the media?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. I was going to ask, we've had a number of different instances of Make Australia Smile Again being flagged in submissions 26, 55, 66, 209, 167, and also in hearings. I just wanted to get some clarity. That Make Australia Smile Again message was seen in a video recording of a Brethren member holding a Liberal Party How to Vote card and repeating that phrase. Just for clarity, is that a slogan that you believe is used by a political party or by members of the Brethren?
I don't remember hearing that slogan used before or since in Brethren circles. So I think I gave the context earlier where the words I'm not saying this on whatever the billboard you're talking about, wherever they got those words from. It sounds like it's a fairly benign phrase, but I can answer the question earlier about the statement that was supposedly made in a church meeting, but where they ended up on a billboard, I know nothing about. I mean, how they ended up there, or whether that's the same source, I couldn't tell you.
I understand. Thank you. I was going to ask whether the church, either the fellowship or the entity, is aware of obligations under the Act for registration as a significant third party, and what your understanding of those obligations are.
Yes, I have some understanding of it. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to pretend I understand the Electoral Act. But I think my understanding of the threshold question for whether you're a significant third party is electoral expenditure on material or electoral expenditure. That's my understanding, and to that degree, as I've outlined to the committee, there wasn't, from the Secretariat, there wasn't 1 cent spent on any of such things.
Well, for clarity, and I understand, you've provided it there in terms of the Secretariat, but that threshold question of electoral expenditure, you cannot answer with respect to the fellowship. That's correct?
No, because they're private citizens and individuals. There's no governing body controlling those persons. And they're private citizens of this country, and of course no church would be expected to know all the details of private members'
Do you believe that
spending habits.
Do you believe that churches are made up fundamentally of their people?
Yes, I think that would be a fair thing to say.
So if the entity Secretariat has no church members or very few church members, and the fellowship is made up of the vast majority of all of your 16,000 members, why would the fellowship not be the church? And why should that church not have to operate within the Electoral Act?
Point of order.
Yes, but I think the argument you're making is that, take the Catholics again, that or everyone that volunteered as a Catholic for the election campaign, that the Catholic Church should have registered as a third party because all their members were volunteering. I just can't see the equivalence.
At a public hearing last year, thank you. At a public hearing last year, the AEC said that out of 133 potential third-party disclosure entities identified by the AEC, 14 registered as significant third parties, and 75 were cleared as having no obligations. The AEC then said that they were still continuing their investigation on some of the remaining entities. Can you confirm whether the church, either the entity Secretariat or the fellowship, was one of the 14 who registered, or was one of the 75 who were cleared as having no obligations?
Well, we certainly didn't register because we weren't a significant third party. I can confirm to you that the church had Plymouth Brethren Christian Church had no involvement in the election. It did not incur electoral expenditure, neither did it raise funds in order to fund electoral expenditure. And given the rules, I did seek some information as to this, and I understand that the church did nothing that would meet the Electoral Commissioner's statutory criteria to be considered as a significant third party or associated entity. And for background, last year the church was contacted by both the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, the ACNC, and the Australian Electoral Commission. And both the AEC and the ACNC were following up on media reports relating to the PBCC engaging in communication of electoral matters. In May 2025, we wrote back to the ACNC to reassure them that we took our obligations as a registered charity very seriously. and we were committed to compliance in all respects and at all times, the AEC-NC did write back to us and thank us for that commitment. And in August 2025, after some communications backwards and forwards, we wrote back with a full reply to the AEC to reassure them that we're not a significant third party or associated entity for the reasons I stated above. And that was May and August last year. Both of those authorities accepted our communication with them, and there's been no further communication, and I'm happy to table a copy of the correspondence if it assists the committee. But as I understand it, both of those entities that have the governing say in exactly what we're talking about were satisfied with where the PBCC was.
Thank you very much, Mr Grimshaw.
I might just break there, Mr Grimshaw. If we could return back at 10:40 a.m. I suspend proceedings.
Thank you.
Thank you. Standing, I've just been advised. We are now on the record. So you may wish to, sorry about that. You may wish to just give that clarification again. We've noted for you to provide your opening statement, you email it to the Secretariat at your leisure, that'd be great. And if you could just clarify that again, please.
Sure. I just want to clarify that I'm here representing the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church and representing the fellowship, because that question was asked earlier. I've been reflecting on it. If you wanted to split the two, then you'd have to contact 82 separate congregations across the country. So perhaps I can assist with trying to represent both. I can confirm again that neither me nor any directors of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church or the Hales family donated to any political parties. To the best of my knowledge, neither did the congregation, but I'll take it on notice and come back to confirm it for the committee.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr Grimshaw. I'll now go to Mr Small, followed by Mr Newman.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Grimshaw, while you are tabling, I think you also mentioned that you had some correspondence between the ACNC and the AEC and the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church. Can you also table those?
Yes, sure. Yeah, no, happy to. Yeah.
And in your opening statement, you sort of mentioned some analysis of the different sorts of submissions that mentioned the church. If there's any other information that you compiled in preparation for appearing today, could you also table that for the benefit of the committee?
Yeah, I'll be happy to. I mean, obviously we took our appearance here today, the invitation to appear before the committee seriously, and I'm certainly not a lawyer, and I did seek some additional support to understand the whole thing, and we did put together quite a body of information. So I'm very happy to table that for you as well.
That makes two of us. I'm just a washed-up mariner in this place, so we'll leave the legals to those better qualified. Just returning to the series of questions the member for Kooyong mentioned about the display of electorate corflutes or election signs in the seat of Kooyong. You asserted that people acting in a private capacity may well have displayed signage either at their homes or their businesses. Is that right?
I'm not aware of any of that happening. I mean, I don't have any knowledge that any signs might have been displayed there.
Would it be unlawful to do so?
No, I mean, I don't know the rules around it, but certainly from where I live and at election time, there's all sorts of signs pop up in people's front yards and business premises and signage everywhere, and the letterbox gets chock full every day. So I don't think it's unlawful. It seems to be a pretty common practice right around the country.
Are you aware of any unlawful conduct with respect to election signage in the seat of Kooyong?
No, I don't my mind's going to some of the media commentary at the time, and I have some recollection that there was a bit of a kerfuffle around election signage in Kooyong, and I'm aware there's some issues of poor behaviour in Kooyong that were reported. I'd certainly hope the committee is looking at the examples of the poor behaviour. If you're looking at poor behaviour, then you need to look at, I would suggest, all examples of poor behaviour, and I remember quite a bit of reporting about Kooyong that seemed to hit the papers from where I come from pretty regularly.
Indeed. Well, we're very concerned about integrity and transparency here, so I'm tabling a screenshot of a Channel 7 report, an article from the Sydney Morning Herald on March 2025. The headline is Monique Ryan, husbands apologise after his film removing Liberal sign, and also an article of the same date from the ABC, which is headlined Kooyong MP Monique Ryan, husband apologise after removing political rival sign. I think it is important the public record be balanced in that respect. So I table those. Turning to the conduct at polling places, which features so heavily in the discussion this morning, the PBCC's submission suggests that church members who were volunteering at the election in a personal capacity were asked where they lived, why they were there, whether they belonged to the church, and in some instances were filmed on mobile phones quite aggressively while being interrogated. Is it your view that any volunteer should be expected to explain why they're participating in Australia's election processes?
No, it's certainly not my view that they should be. I mean, I don't personally get involved in it myself, but I thought volunteering was, I wasn't aware that there was any particular qualifications or criteria for being a volunteer for an election campaign, and whether you needed to have any particular qualifications or views. I think volunteering is very much part of Brethren life. We grow up learning to do things for others. That's Christian teaching, that you should spend your time, doing things for others in life, not just always looking after yourself. So, we grow up with what I would call a volunteering culture, and it's, for a church member, it might look like driving a school bus on one day a week, or spending every Friday for a few months helping build a new church meeting hall. Of course, we've got our charity, that the Rapid Relief Team, that many members volunteer for, but I'm not aware that you need particular qualifications for volunteering for election campaigns. Sorry, I'm probably getting off topic here.
That's all right, Mr. Grimshaw. I'll bring you back. Have you had any feedback from church members at all as to how they felt after experiencing those sorts of, I'll be generous, interviews when participating in election 2025? We did get back some feedback, and I think I referenced some of it earlier. I mean, there was the one down in Kew, I think it was, or somewhere down there. It was a young person from our church was brought to tears with the type of abuse she was suffering down there, verbal abuse. And we've certainly had other feedback that members were made to feel pretty uncomfortable, to be honest, out on a polling booth, just to have other people bowl up to them and essentially shove a camera in their face and start quite aggressively questioning about what religion they were, and questioning their right to be there. And there was unfortunately there's quite a bit of spin-off from some of this that happens to our members. I mean, words matter, and through all of this type of behaviour in the media and some of the questions that have been asked, for both the church and those in our community, it made a lot of people feel quite uncomfortable. And
some examples that we've had since, because I happen to be on the receiving end of the emails that come in and the voicemails we get that come through the lines. We've had threatening and offensive voicemails left by callers that call in on our phone lines. This is around the election time or just post the election, including threats of violence and citing negative media articles about the church. I mean, some of them are so outrageous that I've had to pass them on to the police. We get abusive emails sent to the church via the Contact Us form on the website. And we've even had, households, family households of brethren members getting door knocks at night with people knocking on their front doors, and when they open the door, they ask them, are you part of a cult? It's pretty common following media articles in this country that get written from time to time with outrageous stuff about the church, that we get a barrage of abuse on phone and email addresses afterwards.
That's exactly the sorts of... Yeah, Mr Grimshaw, that's exactly the sort of behaviour that we're trying to eliminate through this inquiry, so it's quite concerning to hear that. Are you aware of any other faith group in Australia being the subject of such a targeted campaign of intimidatory, aggressive and otherwise unacceptable or unlawful behaviour?
Well, no, I'm not. I mean, obviously we hear reports in the media and see reports in the media often about the Jewish community and the type of things they have to put up with. But as it relates to the 2025 election, I certainly haven't noticed anything in the media. I'm not aware of any other faith group in this country that's been singled out solely because they happen to be Plymouth Brethren, and the big question mark put over whether they should be volunteering an election campaign. And I think if you took half of those reports and just replaced the word Plymouth Brethren with Jew or Muslim or Anglican or Catholic, there would be an outcry in this country. But it seems like it's fair game when it has the words Plymouth Brethren in there, or exclusive brethren as they sometimes put.
Do you think that this behaviour has been spurred on by the conduct of any public officials or elected officials or other players in the Australian political scene?
Well, I mean, I make the point, I guess, that words matter, and people in senior positions, their words matter even more, and they do have an impact. And we've had the instances of, senior people in government making disparaging comments, and it hurts. It's offensive.
Let's go through that, Mr Grimshaw. I think now's a good time because words do matter and people should own them. Who are you referring to as government officials that have made attacks on the church in this way?
Well, I'm always reluctant, to be honest, to single persons out. There's some of the examples I made. There's a current Labor senator shouting into his phone at the Cecil Hills area that there were cults on the booth, and then at least two other examples of sitting Labor MPs walking up to volunteers and asking them, it was all filmed, it ended up in the national media, asking them whether they were Brethren members. And of course, the senior politician in this country using very derogatory terms to describe the church.
Yeah, that's the Prime Minister of Australia, Anthony Albanese. It's also a matter of public record. The chair of this committee and the member for Parramatta, Mr Andrew Charlton MP, have also made public comment in relation to these matters. Do you think it's acceptable for the church to be singled out in this way when the High Court of Australia has long held that Australians have an implied freedom of political communication, which is not confined on the basis of faith or indeed not holding faith at all?
No, I don't think it's appropriate at all. And, to use the words that he used to describe the church is offensive, and it's hurtful, and it's untrue. And, it has an impact. It might be an easy word to throw around, And we find it's often used for just any other group that you don't agree with. It's just a common term to apply to them, especially if they're a minority group. And I think I put the invitation out there. I think instead of relying on media reports and social media, and then what they might be getting from anti-brethren activists, instead of relying on that to inform them about the church, I would make the invitation out there for any sitting government member. Why don't you come and talk to us? Why don't you send me an email and say, we've got some concerns. I'd like to sit down and talk to a couple of members, and I can assure you we'd be very happy to come. And a lot of the members on this committee probably have brethren living in their electorates. And I'd put the question out there as to, have you ever asked for a meeting and taken the trouble to sit down and actually speak to some brethren members and discuss whatever you want to discuss? Any topic you wish to discuss, we'd be very happy to discuss with you. And if you've got any concerns, I'm happy to talk through them. So that's an open invitation for members to take that step if they wish to take it. And I think it would potentially help clear up some of the misunderstandings that are gleaned from the media or social media.
Yeah, they're very valid comments, Mr Grimshaw, and they're on the public record now. So I thank you for that. And I note the Prime Minister is also on the record as saying we need to turn the temperature down in these ways. I do want to dive into the comment you made earlier that about the range of political parties that members of the church had chosen to support in terms of anecdotal feedback you had. Does the church have an official position in support of any political party or candidate in Australia?
No, it certainly doesn't have an official position at all. It doesn't seek to instruct members as to what their political leanings should be or who they should or shouldn't support, or encourage volunteers or discourage them. It doesn't have a position on it. But as anecdotally, we're aware of members having supported the Liberal Party. Some said they were supporting the Teals, some said One Nation, and a few said Labor. But as I said earlier, if you take up the cohort of brethren, if you take a look at it, they're younger families living in suburban and regional areas, a lot of them with family businesses and coming from a conservative Christian faith. Then I don't think it's unexpected that they perhaps are tending towards a particular direction when it comes to political leanings. But there's no instruction for the church to answer your question.
Thank you. And final question from me. You've explicitly said this morning the church didn't donate in that capacity. There has been a lot of focus on people moving around Australia in some of the submissions. So can you just put on the record whether or not the church owns any aircraft, whether the church chartered planes at any stage during the election campaign, or whether the church otherwise facilitated the movement, and by facilitated I mean scheduled, paid for, or otherwise arranged in the broadest possible way, the movement of church members around Australia to campaign in the election?
Sure, yes. Well, I can confirm that the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church did not participate in the 2025 election campaign in any way, shape or form, and that includes paying for any political activity, chartering planes, moving people around, doing any of that activity that you described. There was not one single cent paid from the church to fund that type of activity. And whether members got involved in that in their voluntary capacity and activities in coordination with whatever parties they were supporting, I've got no knowledge of how that happened. But I assume I assume volunteers have got to get around somehow, but church certainly did not facilitate that.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw. Just before I go to Mr Newman, just to clarify in that last answer you gave, again, when you're referring to the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, you're referring to that entity of which you're a director?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you. And just while we're tabling things, you mentioned in your earlier evidence that a recording from Mr Hales was taken out of context by The Age. I was just wondering if you're able to, on notice, provide that audio to the committee.
I can...
Or a transcript.
Certainly take,
or a transcript. Yep.
Take it on notice, but I've got an idea some of that's covered by copyright, etc. So I'd have to look into that. But yeah, I'll take that question on notice.
So you will, or you're not sure if you're able to provide it?
I'm not sure at this stage whether I can
All right.
provide it, but I'm happy to take the question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Newman.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw. In your evidence today, you seem to make, and in the submission of the Plymouth Brethren, there seems to be a distinction made between the church administration or leadership and the church community. Is that correct?
Yes, in the distinction that I was trying to make clear earlier, that I am a director of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church entity, but I'm doing my best to represent the fellowship here. But again, I make the point that there's 82 separate autonomous assemblies across Australia. So, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that makes it clear for you.
Yeah, and on page 7 of the Plymouth Brethren, there's sort of almost a doctrinal statement about what you believe in a strong part of us as community, very close with each other, working together. It's almost like a dissertation of the second chapter of the book of Acts and Romans chapter 12 and 1 Corinthians chapter 12 about the body of Christ. A whole bunch of stuff that a lot of churches would find common, a lot of Protestant churches. Is that your view?
Yes, I'm not sure if I've got our submission there, just so I refresh myself as to what you're referring to. I think I've got it here. That's in our submission you're referring to? What
Yes,
we believe
page
and what
7.
we've done is, I think it's
Near the top of page 7.
Page 7, sorry. Page 7, yeah.
Yep, that's true. That you stand by that?
Yes, I'd certainly stand by what's in this.
And on at the bottom of page 6, you say members of our congregation did participate. They were clearly coordinated, but you're saying the church didn't coordinate them. Is it possible that any of those local 82 church communities might have coordinated?
Well, as I say, there's no. If you take those 82 localities, there's no governing constituent document other than the Holy Bible. So it's an unincorporated association. So there could be members within those 82 that were also in their private capacities, volunteering and working with their friends and family. And I'm sure they coordinated amongst themselves, but there's no institutional coordination, if I can put it that way, from an organisation.
Like at the peak level?
Yes.
Okay. Have you read the Liberal Party review into the 2025 federal election?
No, I haven't.
In that review, and I pick up the point that you made earlier today when you talked about one of your congregants actually volunteering in the campaign for the Liberal Party and then having a number of people who were friendly because they were short on volunteers. The Liberal Party on page 28 of their review talked specifically on that topic where their electorates varied in their capacity to muster pre-poll and election day, and they talked about their ageing of their party membership, and they talked about the fact that there were members of the Plymouth Brethren. They were grateful for the assistance on campaigns, but they were divided about what the Plymouth Brethren members contributed in handing out vote cards for the Liberal Party, but they make this statement that Plymouth Brethren were not the only support group. Do you accept that the Plymouth Brethren was a support group to the Liberal Party at the last federal election campaign?
Well, you have to speak to them about their report and the terms they use to describe their volunteers, but the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, in my view, certainly had no connection or involvement with the Liberal Party. And so, no, I don't have any knowledge of what they're talking about, and you'd have to talk to them about how they describe things in their report.
So their statement is not accurate, that you weren't a support group to the Liberal Party, even though they state in the review?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
Where I sit from the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church, we had no connection with the Liberal Party.
So the Liberal Party reviewers got it wrong when they call you a support group?
Yeah, again, you'd have to talk to them about their report. I don't know how they described this. I've never read it.
Now, there's evidence to this inquiry that your members were in the following electorates: Curtin, Bradfield, Bennelong, Blair, my seat; Gorton, Kooyong, Macquarie, Eden Monero, Whitlam, Patterson, Goldstein; Wannon, Chisholm, Forrest, Braddon, Monash, Bendigo, Hawke, Boothby, Lingiari. So I put it to you that these were all Liberal Party target seats. Who directed your members to attend those specific booths? Do you know?
Well, I certainly don't know, but I guess if you're volunteering for an election, for a party in an election, and they give you a direction where to go. I'm not familiar with how the process works, but I presume the same would be for any political party. If that you'd get some direction from the party as to where they needed the volunteer support. I mean,
did you ask your members, Mr. Grimshaw? Did you ask your members? See, you told us you did either a survey or you asked members of your congregations about this. Did you ask them? How is it that you happen to be in these Liberal Party target seats?
No, I certainly didn't ask them that. It was a question as to whether they volunteered during the last election, what their experience was. We didn't get into that, but how, I mean, I suppose I asked the question is, all those suburbs you're talking about, or electorates, I mean, how do you know they were all brethren in those seats?
Well, there's evidence been given in this inquiry, Mr. Grimshaw, about that. So you're taking all those witnesses aren't telling the truth? Well,
I'm certainly, having read the 75 or so submissions that mention brethren, as I pointed out in my opening statement, I believe there's only 5 that make the positive identification between of a brethren member. I know lots of them say we think they were there, and if you read the descriptors of most of them, it's because of stuff that was already has been spoken about in this committee about the type of dress they were wearing, or the type of clothing they were wearing, or the way they looked, and the media articles that had been read, and subsequently the conclusion had been drawn that, hey, these must have been brethren at this polling place. And I have no way of telling whether that's true or not, but nor did the submissions, the bulk of them, make the positive identification.
But you say, the word you used to us this morning is that all the numbers are sensationalised, yet you had in your evidence and in your submission say there's 16,000 brethren, including little ones, babies, in your congregation. Is that the case? About 16,000 members.
16,000 members in this country, yeah.
Yeah, I listed quite a lot of electorates that we've had evidence in, and even if you were to divide, say, for example, 150 electorates in the House of Representatives, that's 106 members of your congregation who potentially could have been on that booth. But we've had evidence there's been between 10 and 20 persons on every single polling booth. How do you explain that?
We've had claims of that. I didn't.
We've had submissions by various people saying.
Well, you're saying each and every polling booth. I was on a lot of polling booths during the campaign, and I never saw Chair, 20 people on any of them.
Actually, continue my questions uninterrupted.
Well, yeah.
Can I ask those questions uninterrupted by the Deputy Chair?
Yep.
We've had people say this. in this inquiry. What do you say about that? You claim it's all sensationalised.
Yeah, like a point I made earlier was, I think it has been sensationalised and the numbers have been, blown out of proportion. I mean, I can't give you the number. I don't know the number because we weren't involved and we weren't keeping a record of it or any of such thing. I'm not denying that members didn't get out there, but to use what I was saying before, the claim was we're in 80 different suburbs, and that's out of 15,353 suburbs in Australia. So, we couldn't have. I believe I think I'm right in saying there's over 7,000 polling places in Australia at election day, and we're only a small group. It's just physically not possible that we could have.
And yet the evidence in this inquiry, Mr Grimshaw, is that there's so many federal electorates with so many of your members on so many polling booths, and you're saying it's just not possible. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's highly doubtful, yeah.
Okay, let's go to the media reports you referred to earlier. 14th of May 2025, The Age reports that Peter Dutton, the Leader of the Opposition, one of his senior advisors, was the point person for coordinating the Brethren involvement with the party's campaign. Do you know who was the point person? Do you have that knowledge?
I have no knowledge of that question at all.
Okay.
I wasn't involved. The church had no relationship with Mr Dutton's office, and what individual members, what connections individual members had, I have no knowledge of.
Okay, you did surveys. That report goes on to say that the point person was one Sam Jackson Hope. In your discussions with individual members who participated in this campaign, had any of them disclosed to you they ever met with or spoke to Sam Jackson Hope?
No, I don't recall that coming up.
Has any of your leadership ever spoke to the then Leader of the Opposition, the then Deputy Leader of the Opposition, or the now Leader of the Opposition during that campaign? Are you aware of that?
Wouldn't be aware of any of those. If they happen, though, I'm certainly not aware of it.
Okay. The report that I referred to said in the final 3 weeks of the campaign, Mr Sam Jackson Hope seemed to strictly be responsible for Brethren engagement. Are you aware of what that engagement was?
No, I'm not aware of any connection the gentleman you speak of had with anyone. I mean, I'm not aware of the activities of all the individual members of the church that they do in their private time. So, it's just, I'm just not, I don't think any church person in a church could understand all the members of the church get up to in their private activities. I mean, of course, no, I'm not aware of.
Do you know a Leon Atwood?
I've heard the name, yes.
How have you heard the name?
Well, Atwood is a surname that I recognise as members of the church.
There's media reports on the 15th of December 2025. He's the General Manager of Atlan Stormwater, in which Brethren people are associated. He is alleged to have admitted that he tried to infiltrate my campaign, my Labor campaign in Blair. Are you aware of that?
No, other than there may have been some media reporting about it. I think I have a vague recollection, but I certainly, I'm familiar with the name vaguely, but if you're from Queensland, I'm from Victoria, and I don't think we've ever met, or if we did it must be a cursory meeting a long time ago at a church meeting. But yeah, I don't have any knowledge of the gentleman.
A few more questions.
Okay. He admits to the media that you can't blame a guy for trying. Are you aware of any other individual Brethren members who attempted to infiltrate Labor Party or any other political campaigns in this way?
I'm not.
In your discussions with your members, in your discussions with them, you aware of any of these people getting access to Liberal Party communication software feedback to make calls?
No, I've seen the media reports that claim that happened, but again, I know as much as what was written in the newspaper articles. I have no knowledge of that happening, and if it's, it sounds to me like it's a question for the Liberal Party. They should be able to handle that and provide you that information if indeed it's true.
Well, wouldn't this be a question for you? If allegations have been made in the media and multiple sources from the Liberal Party in New South Wales have disclosed this, shouldn't you be in a position to deny it or agree with it rather than say you don't know anything about it?
Oh, I don't think so, because the church was not organising or coordinating any volunteering for the election campaign. And I mean, are you alleging they've done something illegal or wrong, or that the church should investigate it? Or I'm not sure what you're alleging. I mean,
you did investigate. You told us in your evidence that you've investigated, that you've actually asked people about their involvement in the campaigns.
We asked them whether they were involved and what was their experience. That was what we asked them. We didn't drill into what they did.
Well, you've given evidence today about what you did, what some of them did. You gave evidence today to this committee about what some of them did. You're telling me 1 million phone calls can be made by Brethren members across Australia prior to election day, and you don't know anything about it, yet you speak for the Brethren Church?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you, because I don't know. I didn't inquire into that. Whatever information I've given you today would have been voluntarily supplied to me from members as to when they were asked whether they got involved in the election campaign and what was their experience. Some have supplied that information, but certainly didn't go into any of that detail. And, I think it's a question for whoever they were volunteering for. I'm not, if members want to do that in their private time, why should the church be seeking to investigate that or control that?
Good. Thanks, Mr Newman. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Grimshaw, to clarify, you said that you and other directors of the Plymouth Brethren have not donated to a political party or a significant third party. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And can you confirm whether any money was donated from businesses, trusts or entities associated with you or any other directors to any political parties or significant third parties at the last election?
Well, I mean, there's no other entities connected with that church entity.
No, the individual directors, yourself and other individual directors.
Well, individual directors assured me that I spoke to all the directors and they assured me that they have not made any disclosable donations to any political party or candidate in the 2025 election.
Including via associated entities, trusts or businesses?
Well, if they have, I mean, I didn't speak about, what associated entities they're connected with. I was only talking about the church entity in my discussions with them. So, they're private individuals as well. So I can't answer, in full what they did in their other parts of their connections.
And what about for you personally? Did you make any donations via associated entities or businesses or trusts to a political party or third party, major third party organisation?
I know I can certainly answer for myself, and the question is no, I didn't.
But you can't speak on behalf of the other directors as to whether or not they've done that. Can you please provide on notice a response to that question as to whether other directors have made any donations via associated entities?
Yeah, I can take that on notice, sure.
And what about, do you know whether Mr Hale made any donations via businesses or entities associated with him?
Well, they're on the record as, I think publicly, I think it was a media article, going by memory, it was October or something last year, in the Telegraph in Sydney. I think they're all on the record there of saying that they didn't make any disclosable donations to any political party or candidate.
Okay, including via any associated entities. Maybe include that on notice, the response to that, please, Mr Grimshaw.
Thank you.
I wish to draw the committee's attention to updated SMH reporting today. There is a list seemingly coordinating accommodation in Bendigo for Brethren members. More than 100 names appear on that form, volunteering on polling booths. Have you previously seen that list that was reported today, and do you have any knowledge of who might have been involved in coordinating that?
Sorry, I haven't seen the list. I'm not sure what you're
Yeah, I'll
speaking
table
of,
that. I'll table that that list.
But no, I mean, I can answer the question that I certainly haven't seen that list because I haven't seen any list.
Does it sound to you like that level of coordination is significant, to have 100 names of people staying at the same accommodation in Bendigo the night before an election ready to help with electoral booths? Does that sound like significant coordination?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I've driven past polling booths at election day and there's crowds of people there. So I don't know. I haven't tried to find out how many volunteers volunteer on a typical election. There must be hundreds of thousands or millions. So when you break it down to a group of 100, then, you know, it's probably not surprising that there's 100 people in a group. I don't know. I mean, I've never been involved in it to that degree. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, I can say as a former political candidate, it's a significantly high level of coordination. Have you not heard of that example of the coordination in Bendigo? And can you reliably refute that the names provided and involved in that coordination were not members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church?
Well, I can assure you that the church was not involved and didn't coordinate the efforts in the election, but certainly many of our members were, and there's a distinction between the church and what members do in their private time, and you can't say that's, you know, individual members in their democratic right in their private time choosing to spend some of that time volunteering for a cause. How can you say that's church directed? It's an extraordinary connection that's trying to be made here to say that they're all doing it on behalf of the church, or the church is responsible for its individual members in their private activities.
Mr Grimshaw, is Bruce Hale what is referred to in the church as the elect vessel?
That sometimes appears in media reporting, but Hales is of the very firm view that the title elect vessel was for Paul the Apostle alone. It's contained in Scripture in the Acts, and I think it is in Acts, where after Paul's conversion, Christ says that this man is an elect vessel unto me. That's a title that was given to the Apostle Paul, and that's who it belongs to. And Mr Hales is of the very firm view that that title belongs there. So Mr Hales doesn't use that in relation to himself. And as I said, the church
He is a senior leader. He is a senior leader of the church.
Yes, we would certainly, as I said, there's no official appointments or titles within the church or official appointments. We do recognise within the church persons of seniority and persons of elders, a term we use, elders, because it's a scriptural term, and persons that have a certain capacity to be able to teach and preach and provide pastoral care, understanding of the scriptures. We would look up to them as elders, but again, it's a subjective thing. It's not an official position, but we do recognise Mr Hales as senior leader in the church.
And you've confirmed that you are here representing both the church's secretariat and the fellowship, so therefore you are also representing Mr Hales. Is that correct?
Well, I can't speak on behalf of him, but I can give you the views that I'm offering now about his position, yes.
So just to revisit the global media stream, in 2025 it was reported that Bruce Hales, the most senior elder or member, however you want to define him, of the church, broadcast a message via this app giving followers permission for unprecedented electoral efforts. How is that consistent with your previous comments and those in your submission that electoral participation was undertaken by members separate to their membership of the church? In fact, you said the church did not support, coordinate or otherwise participate in the 2025 election. Does that comment by Mr Hales seem inconsistent to you?
Well, you'd have to give me the comment that you're referring to because, that's a broad, you're saying he broadcasted a message and I don't know what you're referring to, but that's not, I think there's something being taken out of context here because what you're referring to, the media streaming, is, as I say, a record of a church meeting, a discussion, a Bible reading, a discussion around Scripture, and it can be a broad-ranging discussion, and that's the purpose it was given, and that's the purpose, that it's produced for members. Now, that is the end of it as far as the church is concerned, because that's where it was used. Now, if someone is taking pieces of that and using it for another purpose, well, that's another thing, I guess. But I'm not aware of the exact statement that you're referring to, so I can't really give you try and offer what context that was given in.
We understand that the source of the recording was provided under anonymity for fear of repercussions. Given that you are sort of saying you can't provide the context or really further information around that, I wonder, Chair, whether it is worth our committee inviting Mr Hales himself to present to this committee so he can speak directly to the veracity and the intent behind those comments that he's made, because I don't know if I'm going to get much further with Mr Grimshaw on that.
That's something the committee can definitely consider at its next meeting. Yep.
Thank you. Accepting we're here to inquire into the 2025 election, I think it's important to point out quite a long documented pattern of interference in electoral processes by people connected to the Plymouth Brethren Church, dating back as far as 2004. In 2004, Mark McKenzie, a member of the church, was alleged to use his company Woolmac Enterprises that was set up just weeks before the campaign to fund a very significant attack campaign on Green Senator Bob Brown and calling for the re-election of John Howard. Is Mr McKenzie still a director of your church?
Of the church entity, yes, he is.
So would you consider Mr McKenzie to be more than a private parishioner?
Well, he's one of the current directors, and as I said, we're talking about the inquiry into the 2025 election, and he has assured me, along with the other directors, that they've not made any disclosable donations in the 2025 election. So, yes, he's a member of the church. And he's a member of this entity.
And you would acknowledge, though, that he has had significant political involvement historically as a member of the church?
Well, yes, I know, broadly speaking, that he has had some involvement in the past, and I remember, I recall that name that you mentioned before as coming up in the media, etc. Yeah.
And so, Mr McKenzie, you're saying he hasn't made any personal donations, and you're going to confirm that he hasn't made any donations via associated entities. Has he been involved in any coordination of the 2025 election, to your knowledge, including coordinating political activity, being involved in any of the WhatsApp channels, the other communication channels? Can you categorically confirm that he was not had any involvement in political coordination for the 2025 election?
I'm not aware of any activity of Mr Mackenzie during the 2025 election. I'm, like I say, as far as the donation piece, I've given you a response on that, but I'm not aware of any activity he did in his private time. I wouldn't know, but I mean the church is not involved in the election, but certainly, as I've been saying, many of the members did, and there's a distinction. And what if
But
members?
Mr Grimshaw, he's more than a member. He's a director. He's a director, current director, with significant
Yes,
historical involvement in political campaigns and elections. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to just refer to him as a member when he's a current director. And Chair, I would submit that this committee consider calling Mr Mackenzie to present, because you clearly can't categorically deny his involvement in coordination.
Well, just so it's clear to me, that because you're a director of an entity, that doesn't preclude someone, that director in their private capacity, doing some volunteering. I mean, that's not precluded, as far as I understand. What's the issue with someone that happens to be a director of an entity doing a perfectly legitimate, normal, democratic thing in their own private capacity and private time? Why is it being conflated as representing that entity?
I would put to you that there's the line between the church and between that you're making is becoming increasingly thin between church officials and administration and individual parishioners is a particularly thin line that and I would say artificial line that you are trying to establish here today. I'm almost out of time. I think one more question.
Just so I'm clear, is it your view that directors of companies cannot participate in elections? Is that what you're saying?
You are here today presenting that the church was not involved.
Can I just bring you to your final question, please,
sure.
Senator Hodgins-May?
Thank you. I'm being perfectly respectful with the witness, Mr. Small, so
Mr.
please
Small, I've got it under control.
My questions.
I've brought Senator Hodgins-May to a final question, please.
Have you ever met with Gina Reinhardt personally, or have any other leaders of your church?
I can speak for myself, and no, I've never met her.
On notice, could you please provide that response as well as to whether any other leaders of the church have met with Ms Reinhardt? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go to your submission, Mr Grimshaw. And in your submission, you state that the church, and you've stated here on a number of occasions, did not coordinate the political involvement of those who did volunteer. So I just want to test that against your own document and against some of the comments on the public record that have been reported in papers over the past 18 months. Your submission states that there were senior members of, so I'm quoting, there were senior members of our church who said that they would be volunteering. Who are those senior members, and what role do they hold within the church's governance structure?
Can you point?
Page 6.
Trying to find that in my submission.
Page 6, but you've repeated it here on a number this morning. Page 6.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find the part about senior leaders. We say our church did not participate in the election or coordinate political involvement of those, but many of our parishioners did. Is that what you're referring to?
And you said it today as well. There were senior members of our church. So my question is a pretty simple one. Who are these senior members, and what role do they hold within the church's governance structure?
Well, I think what I said was that many parishioners did, which includes anyone up to people that you might consider a senior, and I mean, I don't have a list of who participated and who didn't, but some are on the public record, and some appeared in newspaper articles and so on and so forth. And I guess what you're referring to is maybe some of the Hales brothers that were on. There was a picture of one of them on a polling booth, and other in a newspaper article saying that they got involved. So that's two examples.
Well, that's really not a fulsome answer to my question. I mean, you've given evidence here today that you have actually gone out to the members of your church and asked them about the work that they did, the volunteering that they did during the election. So you must know who of those people that you've been talking to, your members that you've been talking to, which ones are senior members. What role would they have to hold in the church for you to consider them a senior member?
Well, again, just to make it clear, we asked, because of needing to prepare for this committee and a lot of them answer some of the media questions, we asked a bunch of people whether they got involved, not what their involvement was, whether they got involved and what their experience was. And we got some responses back. Now, that doesn't mean we spoke to every single member of the church and made a chart of who did what. I mean,
well, this is the problem, Mr. Grimshaw. This is the problem, Mr. Grimshaw. You're being very vague in response to some of these, some of the questions that have been put to you today. I think your submission states that you received 61 replies. So how did you reach out to those people? And I really would put it to you that you would reach out to senior members. So you must know what senior members were involved. So it's not a hard question. Just asking who are the senior members that were involved and what role do they hold in the church's governance structure?
Well, I've given you a couple of examples, and I know it's kind of difficult for persons to get their head around the fact that it's an unincorporated structure. It's a Christian fellowship, so there is no hierarchical
you have elders.
Appointment to say these people are senior and these aren't. It's a subjective thing, and it's probably a loose term to use to say senior people because it's not a definitive characteristic. It's
a term that you used.
I know I used it.
And what do you mean by it then? You've given evidence here and acknowledged people in senior positions carry extra weight, and what they say and what they do matters. That's your own evidence here today, and I find it extraordinary that you can't even tell me one senior member that you spoke to, even in preparing for your evidence here today. You can't name one.
Well, I've named two, actually. I've given you those two names, but let me make some couple of points here. First point is, what is wrong with volunteering or participating in the democratic process for a member? Number two,
Mr. Grimshaw, I don't have much time, and I understand, but I would like you to just go back to the question I asked.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer it as best I can. It's on the record that there were some senior members, including members of the Hales family, that did participate in volunteering for the election. They did this on their own bat and not as representatives of the church. And I asked members about their experience on the booths, not who they were supporting or how they were supporting. And I didn't do a survey of 16,000 members. It was a few people that asked and some responses that are received back in. So, you know, there is no central reporting. There's no central institutional direction that organised this whole thing. And I know it's hard to get your head around, and it's hard for me to explain because there is no, you know, it is organic, and you know, persons self-organised to do stuff, and there's no way I can give you a definitive answer because we simply did not coordinate it.
That wasn't my question, but I would have come to that question again because to test that against the evidence that's been given to the committee. But do you seek feedback from your members regularly on their political views?
No, we've never had to do that in the past. And as I said earlier, we're put in an extraordinary position. And no church would do that in this country. And we've been forced to do it because of all this media reporting. And in fact, this very committee that I'm sitting here in today and needing to prepare for it, we're put in an extraordinary position as a church of having to go and ask members about that very thing. And it's a bizarre thing that we would have to be forced into this position to go and ask parishioners about their political...
I'm running out of time, Mr Grimshaw. But so I want to ask quickly some questions to you, but I ask you to take them on notice. What questions did you ask members? And your submission states 61 replies were received. How many people did you ask to reply? Could you provide on notice the responses you received? And have you surveyed other members about their involvement in other elections? Can you take those on notice?
I'll certainly take that on notice and try and provide you some of that information as best we have records of it.
And from my going back through to your submission and other public reporting, it was described as the church. There was a strong showing from members of our church. Who assessed that it was a strong showing?
Sorry, I'm not sure who made those comments or who made that assessment. I'm not familiar with, you know, that what you've just quoted there, but anyone could see, I guess, that a number of church members got involved. You know, we're certainly not disputing the fact that quite a number did get involved, but who made that assessment, I'm not sure what you're actually referencing there.
It's your submission, Mr Grimshaw. It says what followed here was a strong showing of volunteers from members of our church. So they're your words.
Okay, that's in. Can you point me to where I've said that?
Page 7 of submission 259.
Fourth paragraph in the bottom.
Paragraph, yeah, just so I can find it there.
What followed here was a strong showing of volunteers from members of our church.
Yep.
And so I think, Ms Brown, did you want to repeat? Hang on, Ms Brown, did you want to repeat your question? Senator Brown. Sorry.
You described the outcome as a strong showing from the members of our church. You've now been directed to where that is in your submission. So who assessed that showing as strong, and who was monitoring turnout closely enough to categorise that in that way?
Well, I think that just goes to what I've been saying. I think what we're trying to say in our submission there is what I've been saying all the way through, that we don't deny that many members got involved with the 2025 election and decided to...
This is something that you have put in your...
About 3 questions, Chair, and I'm just conscious of time.
Sorry, I've got Ms Brown to 11:50.
Senator Brown.
Senator Brown.
Senator Canavan for a full 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
My question is, who assessed that as a strong showing? Who?
Well, I think, when...
Was it you? It's in your submission.
Yes, well, yes, it possibly wasn't me that wrote that paragraph. That, I was aware that a number of members got involved, and I've been saying that all the way through, that we don't deny that.
But how was that assessed? I mean, all I want to know is who assessed it and how was that assessed? Who was monitoring the turnout so that statement could be made?
Well, no one was monitoring turnout, but it was all on the public record. There was media inquiries, and there was, conversations during the election campaign. It was clear that persons were doing some volunteering in their spare time. So, in the aggregate, I think we use those words to describe it, that there was quite a strong showing of members that turned out, and it was just a descriptor of the fact that it was more than one person.
Final question, please, Senator Brown.
Okay. You've also indicated in that response that you might not have written that sentence. So I...
Well, yeah, sorry, go on. Sorry, cut you off.
So I would like to know where who assisted in putting the submission, the PBCC's submission together. And also, again, I'm going to ask the question about how could you make a statement to say there was a strong showing just based on some of that conversations when surely it must have been something stronger than that, and that it was a position that was being, the volunteering of church members was being closely monitored?
Well, I'll make the point that no one was monitoring the turnout, so I can certainly clarify that. But I did observe that a number of people got involved, and there's no assessment criteria that was applied to determine whether it was a strong showing or not. I just made that observation based on media inquiries, based on reports, based on the 61 people that responded to our inquiry that said they had a negative experience. So those things together was, how that phraseology came about.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you.
Chair.
Mr Grimshaw, I've got 2 participating members of the inquiry in Senator Canavan, the Leader of the Nationals, and Mr G, a member for Calare. So we'll probably give them 10 minutes each, if that's okay, and then I think that's the end of the question. So if Senator Canavan is available, yes, he's come off mute, but no mic, no.
Yes, I am.
There we go.
Having trouble there. I've got video too.
There you go.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mr Grimshaw. Look, I'm here because I was extremely disappointed in the Prime Minister describing a group of people of a certain religion as part of a cult. What impact did that description have on the members of your church? Did you take any feedback from them after that?
Just had a bit of trouble.
Thank you.
Yeah, you might want to turn off your video, Senator Canavan.
All right,
Did you get enough of that question, Mr Grimshaw?
I think I've missed the last part of it, so if it could be repeated, that would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Mr Canavan, if you could...
Sure, Mr Grimshaw. Just asking, did you take feedback? Did you get any feedback from your members after the Prime Minister described them as being part of a cult?
Yeah, I mean, we did. I mean, I do appreciate that those comments were made in the heat of an election campaign, but together with many of the church, we're pretty shocked and saddened to hear the Prime Minister call our church a cult. I mean, the church has got about just over 16,000 members in Australia, and we've been here for more than 150 years, and are members of regular Christian people who live by the teachings of the Holy Bible. I'd like to think in normal circumstances, anyone from Parliament would be advocating for people of all religions to be able to live here free from hatred or discrimination in this country, and certainly not saying or doing anything that would stoke the flames of division. That kind of language has real consequences, and it does hurt. I mean, not only is it offensive, but it's completely untrue and it's hurtful. I would point out, because it probably goes to the previous question, that it did probably contribute to a strong showing of members, because quite a few of them referenced the fact that they were outraged by those comments, and that alone spurred them to come out and volunteer. And I can understand them having that reaction. Plymouth Brethren families live peaceably in the community and neighbourhoods all over Australia and across the world. And, you know, I can absolutely confirm that there's every member of our church trying to make Australia a better place every day. We live in the normal suburbs. We are normal Christian families doing normal Christian things, trying to raise families, trying to bring up the education of our children, trying to pay off mortgages, trying to run businesses, doing all the normal things that everyone does in this country as respectful citizens of this country. And like I say, striving might and main to make this place, Australia, a better place every day of the week. And then have the Prime Minister of the land come out and call those people, single them out as being a cult. It's pretty insulting. And as a final point, for the comments for what they are, I can confirm that we did have to offer some support to the families of the kids who go to the school out the front of which he made those comments. There was 5 students that were there at a school. It may not be exactly there where the comments were made, but as part of the entourage, it went past the school and made further campaign stop. 5 of those students that were Brethren members had to be offered counselling because they were so offended. They're only small children, and suddenly had the whole rest of the school thinking that they were misfits.
Thank you, Mr. Grimshaw. Like you, I referenced these comments in the Senate and the other day, and I said, look, yes, it may have been remarks made in the heat of an election battle, so I would give some licence to the Prime Minister there, but it doesn't seem to have been any retraction of them. Has the Prime Minister, his office, at all reached out to you subsequent to the election? Have they sought a meeting? Has there been any apologise for those remarks?
No, I've heard nothing, but I have written twice offering a meeting, like I did earlier in this hearing, to everyone else. I've offered twice in writing that I'd be very happy to sit down and have a conversation, but I've heard nothing back.
So, just to be clear, you've offered to meet the Prime Minister. You've had no response from him or his office.
That's correct. Yeah.
To your knowledge, had the Prime Minister ever had any engagement with your church, or were these remarks simply the conclusions he's made, presumably from media reports, not direct engagement with the church? I'm
not aware of any direct engagement he's had with the with the church, other than I do recall seeing some media footage, I think it was, of one of the events that our charitable arm, the Rapid Relief Team, was supporting a community in Victoria, I think it was, that was devastated by a recent bushfire, and they were helping the residents there, and I think the Prime Minister turned up visiting that bushfire scene, and he had some interaction with our members that were volunteering for that cause. But I believe, there was a good interaction, and I appreciate the Prime Minister engaging with the volunteers at that event. And certainly we hold, members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church hold government in high regard, and that goes for everyone on this committee, and it goes to all the way to the Prime Minister, and we appreciate the position everyone holds and the work you do. And, we seek to have a positive engagement with all members of Parliament. It's a cardinal principle of our church, I would say, because it's backed by Scripture. Scriptures like Romans chapter 13, that government is of God, and we respect that. We respect the office, and we seek nothing other than to have a good relationship with every member of Parliament.
Thank you for that. I've just got a few minutes. I'll be quick. I'll just take you to submission to this committee, submission 207. The author of submission stated that he had approached volunteers at polling places, questioned them about their activities, and drew conclusions of members of your church being approached and questioned in this way.
I apologise for the fact that cut out a couple of times for me. I just didn't get the whole question.
Okay, I might start again then if I can. I'll do the best I can with the internet I have here in Western Australia. I'm just going to a particular submission, 270, and it stated that the author of that submission had approached volunteers and questioned them about their activities and drew conclusions about their religion from the answers. Are you aware of that occurring?
I'm not aware of that submission. I'd have to look at the submission to get my head around it. I think I might have a copy of the submissions here. Yes, I am. Now I can see some of that submission here. That was a gentleman that was quite critical of his interaction with the church. However, he doesn't, from my reading of it, he doesn't disclose his affiliation, which seems a little bit of a conflict of interest. I mean, he's absolutely within rights to make a submission, but that particular gentleman, I think, is a member of the chair's staff, and there's no disclosure of any affiliation there. So maybe there's a slight conflict of interest with that one.
Are you at all concerned about the impartiality of this committee then, given a submission of that nature and the lack of disclosures inherited to it around the close association with the chair?
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've ever had anything to do with an electoral committee, so I haven't had the privilege of being on one before. But so I don't know whether my experience with the committee is normal or whether it's been abnormal. But I was pretty concerned as we've gone along, to be honest, with some of the things I experienced, and to the point where I did write a letter to the Secretariat of the committee back in June, just raising some concerns that I had with my dealings so far with the committee. And some of the things I pointed out to the committee that were concerning for me, I've just got the letter in front of me here, was that Maddie have mentioned there, which was an undisclosed conflict of interest. Michael Butterworth made that submission that you refer to, and I believe he's a member of the committee's chair staff. There was 2 prominent anti-Brethren activists that were invited on to speak to the committee that, as far as I know, had never made a submission to the committee, yet they were invited on to speak. I don't know if that's usual practice or not. There was a submission from the Australian Catholics Bishop Conference, which I noticed, which kind of aligned in part with our perspectives, which was dated in November but didn't appear online until May. So it seemed to have been withheld. Now, I don't know whether it was or not, but it seems unusual. And there was quite a bit of leaking of confidential information. Some of the emails going backwards and forwards between me and the committee secretary, I thought were confidential, but you know, within a day or two they'd appear on national newspapers, some of that information. So it seemed to be leaking out to national media. So, you know, they were concerning. I put it in a letter to the secretary, and I'm sure the secretary's got it there. But yeah, so I do have some concerns about the process for what they're worth. As I say, it's the first time for me, and maybe that's how it goes. But I thought it was worth me pointing it out because it was concerning.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Just before I go to Mr G, I just want to clarify something. You've explained a strong turnout of members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church in response to the Prime Minister's comments more than once today. The Prime Minister made those comments on the 29th of April. Pre-poll started on the 22nd of April. So how do you explain strong turnout by members of the Plymouth Brethren Christian Church prior to the Prime Minister's comments?
Because they wanted to get rid of you guys. Yeah, they wanted to get rid of Labor.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I wasn't saying that was the start of the turnout. I think I remember the way I put it, and what I was meaning to say was that was an acceleration in the process that spurred a lot more people. But
so you're saying certainly more people turned out after the 29th than from the 22nd to the 29th?
Well, I don't have the dates clear in my mind, but after those comments, definitely what I've heard from members is that spurred them to turn out. Yes, but I'm not claiming that was the start of it all. There was obviously involvement prior to that.
Okay, Mr G.
Yep, thank you for your evidence today, Mr Grimshaw, and your submission. I read it with interest, and I was interested in your comments about the church being a tight-knit community held together by shared Christian belief founded on the Holy Bible. And in fact, in your oral evidence today, you indicated that members should live and act in accord with the Christian faith as part of God's house and live by the teachings of the Bible. So I'm just wondering, if your church members wearing National Party shirts were following candidates from polling booth to polling booth in Calare at the last election for the purpose of intimidating them, that wouldn't be in keeping with those Christian values, would it?
Well, thank you for that. As I've said, I'm not here to defend any poor behaviour on behalf of anybody, and to the extent any of that's true, I certainly don't support that. I mean, the church has a broad expectation that all members of the church would behave well and appropriately at all times, and you know, I don't have any knowledge of what you're referring to or any proof that's right, wrong or indifferent, but you know, I'd make those comments that I'm not here trying to defend anyone's poor behaviour if indeed it's true.
But if that happened, it would be reprehensible, wouldn't it, for that to be happening on polling booths to candidates? Would you agree with that? If that was true, if that happened, it would be a reprehensible thing, wouldn't it?
Well, again, it's, yes, I don't understand all the behaviour that you're speaking of. You said people were following people, but intimidating people would be bad behaviour. Yes, I'd agree with that.
Well, sorry, please continue.
Sorry. Go on. Sorry, I'll cut you off.
No, please finish your answer. I'm interested to hear your answer on this.
Well, a lot of, we've spent some time speaking about this 60 or so responses that the church got from members, and I'm familiar with that type of behaviour on polling booths because that's what's been reported to me. I'm not so familiar with what else was happening, and I note that many of our members of the church issued submissions to the committee detailing their troubling experience and motivations around getting involved, and there were examples of poor behaviour by some of our members at polling booths, and I condemn it if that indeed happened. Well, it's not in line with our expectations or values.
Well, if I told you that that's what your members were doing to me and another candidate in the seat of Calare, you'd agree that that is appalling, wouldn't you?
I think we're straying very close to hypotheticals again, Chair.
It's not a hypothetical, Chair, through you, Chair.
What I just heard there wasn't a hypothetical. It seems like primary evidence.
If you'd like to submit some evidence, I'm sure the committee could consider it. But at the moment, I'm just listening to slander under parliamentary privilege.
Mr. Grimshaw, could you please respond to Mr. G's question?
I'll respond again to say that I'm not here trying to defend poor behaviour, but I don't have direct knowledge of what you're speaking about. I mean, I can't confirm that happened or adjudicate on it, other than I don't support poor behaviour of whether they're members of our church or anyone else.
Well,
I mean, we certainly have many examples, and some that I've provided to the committee, and some I can go through in more detail if the committee's interested in the types of behaviour that some of our members were subjected to. But again, I have no knowledge of these persons you're speaking about. I mean, what is the test that was applied to determine whether these people were brethren? I mean, how do you know they were brethren? Is there a definitive, identification? Or
Mr. Grimshaw, you also gave evidence about people videoing on polling booths, and I think your evidence indicated that videoing other people on polling booths was a bad thing. If your members were coming up to candidates and filming them talking to their volunteers on polling booths, that wouldn't be in keeping with Christian values, would it?
Well, I mean, I have to look at the context. I mean, did the person give them permission to video or what? I mean, it's a broad question.
Well, Mr. Grimshaw, let me help you with it. On election day at Bathurst Public School, that's exactly what your members were doing to me, talking to my booth volunteers. And in fact, my volunteers were so upset about it, a complaint was made to the AEC at that polling booth. So you wouldn't regard that as acceptable behaviour, would you, from your members?
Why don't you ask sales members at Benlong?
Well, if members were behaving inappropriately, I think that's the right thing to do, to speak to the AEC authorities there that control this, and I'm sure they would have intervened and dealt with it. I mean, I just find it somewhat remarkable with the amount of broad terms about bad behaviour directed towards brethren members. If a fraction of it was true, it would be all over the internet. And to this day, I've never seen any evidence. I mean, everyone walks around with a smartphone in their pocket and films everything. And if all that bad behaviour was true, there'd be videos of it all over the internet.
If I told you, Mr Grimshaw, that your organisation's members in National Party shirts on polling booths in Calare were deliberately crowding around candidates while they're standing on booths with the intention of intimidating them, that wouldn't be in keeping with the Christian values of your organisation, would it?
Well, again, I asked the question, where's the identification that they were brethren? Were they wearing a badge to say they were brethren members, or it just happened to be wearing a green T-shirt? So the assumption is they were brethren. Were they brethren members? I've got no way of telling.
Have you carried out any investigations into any of the matters that have been raised in this committee and in the media about the behaviour of members of your organisation at the last election? Have you carried out any internal investigations into this at all, besides asking for a few questions, which you got some responses to?
No, because the church wasn't involved in coordinating any of these volunteers, and what investigation would the church take out? I mean, that's a role for the AEC and the political parties and the authorities. I mean, the church doesn't go around, trying to micromanage its congregants in what they do in their private lives. I mean, we have that expectation, like I've said numerous times, that we would expect any member of our church to act well and appropriately. And I think in the broad scheme of things, I think if you spoke to anyone across the country that has had direct interaction with brethren outside of this, take this election campaign out of it, but generally I think the answer you would get is that brethren are pretty mild-mannered and well-behaved in public, and I think there'd be a lot of support for that statement.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw.
So it would be completely out of character, some of the behaviour that you're referencing.
Thank you, Mr Grimshaw. Well, those three examples were experiences that I had at the hands of your members during the last federal election campaign. And can I just conclude with this? I thought the behaviour of your organisation's members on polling booths in Calare was disgraceful and reprehensible, and it was an affront to the operation of free and fair elections and the operation of our democracy. But again, thank you for giving your evidence today. It's been most enlightening.
Mr Grimshaw, thanks for your attendance here today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. It's also a resolution of this committee that members can put questions on notice for 1 week from today. Once you've received the transcript, you are asked to provide responses to any questions on notice within 2 weeks. Please forward these and any additional information that has been requested to the Secretariat. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as submissions to the inquiry. Thank you very much for your time today, Mr Grimshaw. As a first-time person giving evidence at a committee, you did very well. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the committee. Appreciate the opportunity.
I'll break now until 1 p.m.
I'm not going into it.
Oh, sorry, 1 p.m, 1:15. All right, break to 1:15 for lunch. 1:15.
You won't hear that evidence, will you?
I now welcome representatives of Advance to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Vicky Dunn, Chair of Advance.
Mark Spencer, I'm the Company Secretary for Advance.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to each make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'll make an opening statement on behalf of Advance. We want to thank the committee for the opportunity to appear today and to discuss the role Advance has played and is playing in increasing democratic participation and giving a voice to hundreds of thousands of Australians. Advance was founded in 2018 to be a voice for mainstream Australians who were being left behind by progressive activists imposing their agenda on our country. It was founded independently and was not set up by any corporation, non-government organisation, charity, think tank or any political party, and it remains independent. Advance has since grown to one of the largest grassroots movements, with 662,973 supporters and 45,695 donors. After defeating the divisive Voice in 2023, Advance turned our attention to the 2025 election and took on the Greens. We campaigned in Green-held and targeted seats. As a result, the Greens were reduced to only one member of the House of Representatives. In recent years, the Parliament has taken an ongoing interest in Advance across a number of committees, and we have been grateful to put on the record our success and our transparency. As I said at the outset, we welcome the opportunity to appear. We welcome the opportunity to share our experiences from the last federal election, as well as refuting some of the inaccuracies circulated about Advance. On the question of Advance's appearance, Mr Chair, I can't let the opportunity pass without commenting on the committee's treatment of and public commentary on Advance. It is my understanding that on the 24th of June this year, the committee resolved to re-invite Advance after we had been unable to attend to earlier hearings. It is also my understanding that the committee had further resolved to issue a summons to compel attendance, a step the committee described as extraordinary but necessary. A media release was issued to that effect. This was despite the fact that staff representing Advance had already made it clear that we were willing to respond to any question from the committee, even though the previous times suggested did not suit. Mr Chairman, as someone with 19 years' experience as a committee chair and a presiding officer, I have never seen a committee publicly threaten to use its powers in such an act of political grandstanding. In 19 years of dealing with witnesses, I have never felt the need to issue a threatening media release. In fact, I have never felt the need to issue a media release without the consent of my committee, which seems to have occurred on this occasion, as the Deputy Chair had to issue a media release to debunk the earlier statements. I would also like to put on the record that during the course of the committee's work, Dr Ryan, the member for Kooyong, made allegations about Advance that are simply not true. Dr Ryan, during a hearing on November 20 of 2025, claimed that an entity called the Freedom Party received funding from Advance. This is not true, and we wrote to Dr Ryan and the committee in January this year to that effect. Dr Ryan also alleged the Liberal Party had funded Advance. This is not true, and a review of our disclosures to the relevant authorities will confirm that. We also wrote to the committee about this as well. As our submission outlines, we cooperate with the Australian Electoral Commission whenever any issues arise, and we adhere to all relevant disclosures and electoral laws. When it comes to those rules and laws, I think it's important to put on the record that some of those laws are what those laws are for. They are made to enhance participation in democracy and the electoral process, not to constrain them. Advance has been a successful voice for Australians, and they have been supportive and grateful for what we have done and the opportunity to participate in democracy as part of this great movement. That said, during the 2025 election, Advance volunteers were subjected to numerous instances of harassment, provocation and interference, and their ability to take part in the democratic process was hindered by other volunteers and at times overzealous officials. I direct the committee to our submission for more details of these matters. We have no problem with scrutiny, but it is, to say the least, curious that in a democracy, Advance must operate under a level of suspicion that the major parties and other third-party organisations do not. We're happy to talk about that today. We've been in compliance with all electoral laws and regulations and quickly correct any issues that have arisen. Our donations are disclosed according to the laws of this place, and we have cooperated productively with the AEC over many years now. I think that more participation in democracy, more debate, more ideas, more people engaged in the electoral process is a good thing, and I look forward to discussing with you how Advance has helped more Australians take part in this great democratic system that we have. Also, Mr Chairman, in our submission we said that we would provide a booklet which was not attached, and we have copies of that booklet. If the committee secretary would like to take them.
What's the booklet titled?
So that was referred to you in your submission?
It was in our submission as an attachment, and
it wasn't attached.
It wasn't attached. Okay. I've had words to people.
Thank you very much for your opening statement, Ms Dunn. I might just go straight to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Would it be possible to table your opening statement, please, if the committee's happy to receive that, so that we can refer to it in our questioning? That would be useful. You talked about, well, it's a relatively new organisation, 2018, and your engagement with the Electoral Commission in terms of your compliance with Australia's electoral laws. The prominent involvement of third-party organisations is, I won't say completely new, but an emerging fact of our electoral process. How do you see our current electoral laws catering for that? You made mention in your opening statement about the process of encouraging people to participate in our democracy. And so how do you see our current legislative framework sitting in terms of achieving those outcomes from a third-party participant's perspective?
Senator, I think from my experience, I think it's about right. There are things in the electoral legislation that we quibble about, and we've talked about things like inconsistent approaches to authorisations and things like that. But I think that overall, the amount of material that we have and the amount of regulation we have is about right. I think that what we're seeing is an emergence of authentic grassroots third parties. I mean, GetUp could be described as that, Advance would describe itself as that. But before that, there was lots of union participation in support of the Labor Party. And I think what we've seen is a merging of other people in that space. So it might make the space look messy and crowded, but I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing.
So one of the things that this committee's looked at is ensuring that people understand, who is speaking, so in terms of Advance as an organisation, but also how that's being resourced. You think that the current frameworks have an appropriate balance in that sense?
Look, I think that they do. The current framework has an authorisation. Everything that Advance puts out is authorised by Advance, and the people who authorise it are unknown. And also the sort of disclosure, I think, is about right in that, you know, if we've set a threshold and anyone who donates above that threshold knows that they will be disclosed and have to disclose themselves, and anyone who donates below that threshold is entitled to the same confidentiality they have when they cast their vote. So small donors are treated differently from large donors. We have a lot of small donors.
You talked about allegations of involvement or engagement with other organisations. Are there any other organisations that you directly fund in support of a political outcome that
No.
in alignment with your ideology?
No, we are funded by our donors to do the work of Advance, and the work of Advance is clearly outlined in the publications that we make, the communications that we make. We, in the last election campaign, distributed 2 volunteers outside of our group to people who wanted to distribute our material, but that was our material that would have been distributed anyhow.
So you were facilitating people participating in the electoral process with appropriately authorised material.
Yes.
That was then utilised by them.
Yes, there were other groups.
Distribute on our behalf. So we may get a supporter who brings up and wants a core flute to put in their front yard.
Yep.
We might get other people who say, you know, I want to distribute some of your flyers and letterboxes. So that sort of thing. It's all advance authorised material. It's all material with our clear authorisation on, and it's distributed by our supporters.
You talked about the concept of enhancing participation, and you are another avenue, as you see it, to do that. Have you had any experience where there's been attempts to silence or limit your participation in an electoral process because of a difference in political view?
During the federal election campaign, which is this committee's remit, I didn't personally, but it has been reported to me that volunteers in various places did, and that it's interesting, Senator, because a lot of the people who volunteered for Advance have probably never volunteered for a political party before, and this might have been their first experience of handing out. I mean, you and I and the members here are experienced at that, and sometimes there's a bit of rough and tumble at polling booths, and we are mature enough to deal with that and make the appropriate, take the appropriate steps. When you're perhaps a slightly older person and you've never done this before, it can be extraordinarily intimidating. And we found that there were a number of instances where our volunteers were quite intimidated by the experience at polling booths. And partly because they were quite crowded spaces. There were lots of volunteers, and in our submission we refer to things where people who were clearly working with other parties, say the Greens, but who didn't have identifying clothing on or anything like that, would come and be confronting to our volunteers and start arguments and the like, which is very unpleasant. And it's not how not how I experienced polling booths for, up to 50 years worth of polling experience. That's not what I experienced, and it shouldn't be that way. There seems to have been in this election a breaking down of the sort of camaraderie of handing out how to votes.
And we also see, we referenced in our commission, some confusion by AEC officials in relation to what we're able to do. That's probably more around the edges than a pattern, and is probably reflecting the increasing role, as I think you've identified, of third-party campaign groups. AEC officials are probably more experienced in dealing with party representatives, and there was some confusion, as we've noted, even on our ability to hand out material outside the 6 metre boundary.
So I was going to ask you to expand on that experience from the perspective of your relationship with the electoral officials. So, handing out material was one of those things that was contested. I'm just curious to understand more completely, if you like, just that experience. I mean, you referenced the submission, but I'd like you to put it on the public record.
One of our volunteers was handing out outside the 6 metre boundary, along with other groups, and they were directed by a AEC official on that booth not to hand out material. They were told they couldn't hand out material. The AEC official pointed out and showed them guidelines that they had, and they misinterpreted the guidelines and indicated that our material couldn't be handed out. Now, once we became aware of that, we contacted the Divisional Returning Officer for that electorate, and that was quickly dealt with, and the particular polling official was given a correct interpretation of the Electoral Act. So it was just those sort of minor issues around the edges. Because we are a relatively new phenomena, it seems that the AEC's training, knowing they have to do it in a very short period of time, probably didn't cover the particular nuances of how to deal with third-party campaigners.
Okay. In terms of your political objectives, how, and you mentioned in, Ms. Dunn, in your opening statement, the particular targeting of one political party as part of that process. How was that strategy decided? Is that a philosophical perspective, or how do you come to that particular?
Well, it was a long process of discerning whether we would participate in the federal election and in what way, which involves every year we have a survey of our members, which has a very high return rate. And in addition, we conducted our own quantitative and qualitative polling, and we determined on a course of action, which was to target the Greens because they said they were going to target a whole lot of seats. So we targeted the Greens in their own seats and their target seats with a very long campaign that was started well before the issuing of the writs.
And apologies, Senator, if you had had a chance to look at this document, that actually explains that process in some detail. The surveying we did, and the polling work, and the planning for the execution of the strategy.
So this was compiled post the election.
A report to our members sent out after the election, and it was meant to be attached to the original submission. And apologies that it wasn't.
So your political strategy was derived by an organised communication process with your membership as to how you would, as a third-party organisation,
and through thorough electoral research,
and some electoral research. So it was a well-planned process.
It was a considered approach, and it had a long rollout. It was rolled out long before the summer break and continued through the summer break and into the election period.
So in terms of the aggressive conduct that your members experienced, do you have a sense of whether that was organised or coordinated, or how it was structured?
Some of the things that were reported to me, Senator, gave the impression that they were coordinated perhaps on a booth-by-booth basis. There were reports that I have seen that showed that sort of people who'd been seen talking to Greens hander-outers went away, came back, confronted our volunteers, caused a bit of a ruckus, and then went off and had further chats with the Greens. That was reported to me. I'm sure if you wanted chapter and verse, we could provide you, the names of polling booths and things, but I don't have that with me today, if you're interested.
So it was, in that sense, it was at a local level, structured and organised disruption of your activities as a participant in the campaign.
Yeah, we refer to it on the second page of our submission under the heading Provocation by Plainclothes Supporters, talking about people going away, coming back without any identifying material, seeking to engage in an argument, that being recorded and then being used on social media and elsewhere.
So the confrontation, when someone came to confront one of your volunteers, they were being recorded as a part of that process. So what was how are they feeling about that process? We've heard it's not the first time we've.
It's not the first time, and but for people who are not blooded and not seasoned in working in polling booths, from what has been reported to me, it was very confronting and quite upsetting.
Can I just ask what support you provide to your campaign workers and booth workers in how to manage these sorts of situations? I mean, preventing escalation, things of those nature.
Well,
how do you manage that as an organisation?
The people who sign up to us as volunteers are sent, a reasonable amount of kit. They get T-shirts and caps and the usual sort of paraphernalia. They also get how to vote cards or how to vote material. Actually, we don't send out how to vote material. We provide information to voters. And there's also generally online seminars for volunteers, and there is also a small screed which is sent to volunteers, which... Have you got a copy of that, Mark, that we could table for the information? That's basically our sort of advice to volunteers. There are some redactions in it, but what we've redacted is the names and phone numbers of the people. So that's the sort of information that goes to our volunteers. They don't go out unsupported, and we had a field officer in Victoria and one in Queensland.
They varied depending on the campaign.
But we, at various stages, had field officers who were more experienced and able to lend support and moral support to our volunteers.
So there's been some discussion in this inquiry and in the committee in relation to the responsibility for managing the oversight of volunteers from wherever they come from. Would it be your view that that is best managed by the organisations coordinating the volunteers?
Oh, absolutely, because, well, I'm a great believer in subsidiarity, and I think we want to create, what we want to do with Advance is probably what the parties want to do, is sort of to create an ethos about what Advance stands for. And the way you do that is by nurturing your membership and the people who are prepared to put their hand up and don a T-shirt and a cap on polling day. And we want to cultivate those people and nurture them.
It's in our interest to make sure they have a good volunteer experience and want to come back for the following elections.
So effectively, participation is important, but how you participate is also important for the overall experience. I think that might do me, Chair.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Senator Hodens-May.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for providing this. It is very convenient that it wasn't actually attached to your submission, so I will read it with interest, but it might be necessary for the committee to call you back once we've had a time to process that. And I do look forward to the second edition about how Advance helped to deliver Labor historic win and the loss of Peter Dutton. So we'll stay tuned for the second edition. Where's your executive director, Mr. Sheehan, today, and why hasn't he bothered to turn up?
Mr. Sheehan is about his business. I'm here representing Australia because I chair the Advance, because I chair the board.
And so he was very upset about not being able to attend a previous committee, calling the chair cowardly. Would you suggest maybe that's an apt word to describe Mr. Sheehan for not turning up today?
No.
Okay. And Mr. Spencer, we asked for a bio of yours. Did you provide that to the committee?
I was never asked for a bio, sorry.
Okay, can you please provide a bio of your work, like your work background? There's nothing online about you that we've been able to find about your history.
Happy to. What sort of information are you looking for?
You work for, over the recent history, there's no LinkedIn or anything, so just a bit of more information than just your name would be appreciated. Did the committee request that? I think we were going to.
It is difficult to see how that's relevant.
Oh, to understand who I'm speaking to know their professional background. I think that's highly relevant.
If you just your role within the organisation, I think, is what.
Yeah. Mr. Spencer is the company secretary for Advance.
Okay, very little information out there. You've outlined the. Oh, can I just ask also, are either of you paid members of a political party at the moment?
No.
No.
Neither of you are. You've outlined.
Sorry, could you just repeat that question?
Are you a paid member of a political party?
A paid up member? Do you mean? No.
But you have, I know you have been a member of a political party, yes, the Liberal Party. You've outlined the number of donors and members you have. Can you just repeat those figures, please?
It's north of 600,000, 662,973 supporters and 45,695 donors.
So they're not members, they're supporters. So what does someone signing up to your mailing list make them a supporter? Is that the threshold?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
And they can unsubscribe at any time.
So they're supporters rather than members. They haven't signed up for the membership.
There's no membership fee for being a supporter of Advance, but many of our supporters donate.
How much has Gina Reinhardt personally, or through associated entities like Hancock Prospecting, donated to Advance in total?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but that's in the electoral return for the 2005 election.
Okay, I believe it was $895,000 for that period. What about James Packer?
Again,
you don't have that information to hand. Can you take that on notice, please?
Well, it's on the all of our donations are on the electoral returns.
Can you give us the figures for the 25-26 year?
No, because they're not returned yet.
But surely you would have gathered that data at this point.
Yes, but we publish our donations in accordance with the electoral laws, as does every other third-party organisation and every political party.
No, actually, that's not correct. The Greens do publish ours lifetime.
And we will comply with the Australian law, and when it is published, you're welcome to see it, Senator.
Okay, well, we encourage you, if there's nothing holding you back from disclosing it earlier, if there's nothing to hide, we encourage you to do so in the interests of transparency. Do you receive any other large donations from millionaires or billionaires?
We receive donations from, as I've said, 45,665 donors. The average donation is about $200. There are high net worth donors who have donated to Advance, and that is disclosed in the electoral return.
Yes, but I'd specifically like to know what proportion of Advance's funding comes from ordinary members and small donors, and what proportion comes from major donors, for example, donations over $50,000. Is that something you're prepared to provide?
I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head, but the electoral return will tell you how much we receive in total and how much is received in disclosable
You're welcome
donations.
to take it on notice too, if you'd like.
We don't need to take on notice. If you look at the 2024-25 return, we had receipts of $13 million. We disclosed 5.2 of donations over the threshold. So that gives you an indication of the level of low value as opposed to disclosable donations. Is that sufficient, or do you want more detail?
That's
5.2 million disclosed out of 13 million of receipts.
If you're comfortable providing the donations over $50,000, I'd be grateful for that. I'll put this in writing to you on notice. Can I ask how many staff do you employ directly?
All of those donations over $50,000 would be disclosed as they're on the transparency register, as they're already over the threshold. You want us to subset those ones, do you?
Yes, and if you're prepared to provide, as I've asked for, the 25-26 ahead of time, that would be appreciated.
I'm not prepared to do that.
You're not prepared to do that? Okay. How many staff do you employ directly?
Advance has, by way of contractors and staff, about 30 staff.
30?
Through service provider organisations, accountants, auditors, the lot.
Can you please provide a structure of the employment of the roles that you employ on notice to the committee?
I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we have Advance has a number of service agreements with private companies.
What about direct staff?
Direct staff.
Have to take it on notice.
Have to take it on notice.
See,
and is your...
through you, Mr. Chair, whether that's an appropriate and necessary question. So.
But I don't see why it's not. But
so, would you like to elucidate what you're looking for?
I'd like to know how many direct staff you've got that Advance hire and what those roles are.
We'll take that on notice.
I mean, this inquiry does have to relate to the terms of reference. And I think the senator needs to make clear how that information, which frankly I don't see any basis for her to demand, needs to be provided by these witnesses.
I didn't realise it would be such a sensitive question
to understand the structure
of an
you're entitled to ask it, and they're
organisation.
entitled to decline it.
Yeah, through the chair, thank you.
Well, Advance are one of the largest third parties that participate in the federal election, and these are questions about them and their organisation. So I don't see
for the record, Mr. Chair, as I've said, we employ through service agreements about 30 staff.
Mm-hmm. And I think the follow-up question was direct staff.
That would fluctuate.
Yeah, sure. And if you could
depending
provide
where we
the
are
amount
in the
of
electoral
direct
cycle.
staff that you employ on notice, I think that's what the senator is asking for. Yeah,
I think that's reasonable. Thank you, Chair. Is your national headquarters still level 4, 15 Moore Street, Canberra?
Is that our registered office address?
Level 4, 15 Moore Street, 15 or 16. I can't never remember which one. If it's on the website, 15. It's 15. Yeah.
So is that a real office that's staffed, or does it regularly have advanced staff working there, or is it a virtual office?
It's an address for, you know, we have staff who work all over the country.
Staff contractors around the country. That's our virtual office, which is the registered office, and the address for corporate responsibilities.
So it's a mail office. No one actually works at that office. None of your staff work at that office.
No, it's a virtual office, as many companies do.
And I'm curious as to why you won't disclose to the public your actual office. Is there somewhere where people can go in and speak to a staff member of Advance? Your grassroots members can go and inquire and see someone and have a conversation with someone in person?
Our grassroots members can contact us by email or phone and do.
But there's no public place, there's no public address or office that the public can come and engage with you?
And it's a matter of public record that some of our donors have been harassed previously, and a previous office of Advance was attacked. So no, there's quite a deal of sensitivity around that.
No public offering. Okay. What's an Advance partner, and what proportion of your funding does that attribute to your total income?
An Advance partner is for the Catholics in the room. It's like planned giving. You give every month a certain amount of money, and they're often quite small amounts of money, $25, but people sign up to a donation that's regularly recurring. And as a result of being a partner, there are sort of, I suppose, there's benefits. So there's more communication with people who are regular donors. And more information sessions which are available to them about how Advance works, what it's doing, what it's thinking.
And how many partners are there, Advance partners are there?
Couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Take that on notice.
Yep.
I note Advance doesn't support or endorse any particular political party, but you have very strong and evident ties to parties and politicians. Have either of you ever personally met with Senator Pauline Hanson or other One Nation MPs, senators, candidates or staff?
I'm not entirely sure what this has to do with the remit of this inquiry, Mr Chairman. I'm happy to say that I have no recollection of ever meeting Senator Hanson, and I don't have any real recollection of ever meeting a One Nation staffer.
And Mr Spencer?
And the same for me. I don't know who all their staffers are, so I can't categorically rule it out, but I have no recollection of ever.
And are you aware of whether Advance or one of your service providers have communicated with One Nation about campaign strategy, targeting or messaging, including during the 2025 election?
I have no knowledge that that has happened. We have contracted staff who provide services for us, but that may not be all the work that they do. But I do not know of any such communication.
Okay, I'm happy for you to take that on notice after liaising with those who might have knowledge of that. Have any Advance staff, directors or campaigners subsequently worked for One Nation?
Not to my knowledge.
And was Sandra Burke an Advance spokesperson from 2024 to 25?
Ms Burke was, yes.
And does she have any current connection to Advance?
No, she left Advance after the election in 2025.
Okay, so she was involved from 2024 to 25. She almost exclusively a proponent of One Nation now, if her social media is anything to go by. Tony Abbott has been on your advisory board since at least 2023, although I note that he stepped down in May. Is that correct?
He has been on the advisory board for some time and he has stepped down.
And what kind of advice did he provide while he was on the board?
Well, he wasn't on a board, he was on an advisory board.
On the advisory board.
And that was generally, you know, hey, what do you think about this idea? And vice versa. It was an exchange of ideas in a very informal way.
And to go back to your earlier question, Sandra, 3,045 advanced partners.
3,045, thank you. Does the advisory board have formal standing? Does it publish minutes that your grassroots members could read?
It doesn't have formal standing. It doesn't have any statutory arrangements.
And who's on the advisory board today?
I can't remember.
I've never seen names, and I don't know apart from Mr Abbott.
I know that Mr Abbott was. There were other people, but it's to some extent it was more prominent when Advance was setting up, and it's become, as the board has matured and the organisation has matured, I think that there's less role for an advisory, a sort of a non-formal advisory committee.
Okay, well, I find that quite extraordinary. You don't know who's on that, but if you could take that on notice and provide that to the committee, please. Since Mr Abbott left the advisory board to take up the presidency of the Liberal Party, has he contacted anyone from Advance to fill roles within the Liberal Party?
Not to my knowledge.
Not Mr Sheehan or Mr Steve Doyle, perhaps?
Yeah, not to our knowledge.
Not to my knowledge.
Might be worth us examining a line of questioning with Mr Sheehan for these questions that you're unable to answer today. Your advisory spokespeople and office bearers' roles are stacked with Liberal Party operatives in no particular order. We've got...
Me.
Do you need me to read them out? Or
no, in no particular order, but you can start with me.
Start with yourself,
Mr
Jared
Chairman,
Benedette.
I'd object to the term stacked.
Significant, okay, I'll say a significant number of your advisory spokespeople and office bearer roles are filled by Liberal Party operatives. We've got Jared Benedette, National Director from...
Mr Benedette hasn't worked for Advance since before I came on the board in 2021. I came on the board in 2021. We're talking about the role of Advance during the 2025 election. Mr Benedette hasn't worked for us for quite some time.
there are a number of names of people: Jeddah Bernadette, Liz Storer, Simon Fenwick, Tony Abbott, Vicky Dunn, Warren Mundine, Jacinta Price. You also took...
Could I just go through a couple of those?
Sure.
Tony Abbott is not a spokesperson. Warren Mundine...
He was on the advisory council.
Warren Mundine has never worked for Advance and is not has never been a spokesperson for Advance.
He wasn't part of the No campaign. He wasn't a spokesperson for the No campaign.
He was a spokesperson for the No campaign. He was not a spokesperson for Advance.
And Jacinta Price?
Jacinta Price was a spokesperson for Advance before she was elected to the Senate.
It was part of the No campaign.
And she was also involved in the No campaign.
Yes, and you also took $500,000 from the Victorian Liberals Cormac Foundation. Is there any reason why you contend that you should not be recognised as an associated entity of the Liberal Party under the Electoral Act?
We had a donation from the Cormac Foundation, it's declared, and if you were up on your current affairs, Senator, you would realise that there were many members of the Liberal Party who were extremely unhappy about that, because we are not an associate of the
wet
Liberal
behind
Party.
the ears Liberals, as Mr Sheehan describes them.
And
that is a significant number of names that I read out. You contended one, that Warren Mundine wasn't, but there's at least 6 or so other Liberal Party people, plus in conjunction with that huge donation. You don't think that really is anything to see here?
No, there isn't anything to see here. This is an organisation of grassroots people who come together for a variety of patriotic reasons, which you may not agree with, Senator. But because I was once a member of the Liberal Party, this does not make Advance a Liberal Party stack.
For a grassroots party to not have any office where their members can speak with a representative, third party group.
It is a political organisation which, for the most part, runs through social media and communicates with people electronically. From time to time, we have events. When we have events, we have to be extraordinarily careful about publicising them and making sure that security is appropriate so that we are not inundated with people...
With grassroots members?
No, with people who want to disrupt, because that has been our experience in the past.
Who actually runs Advance's election campaigns? For example, do you... it sounds like you can't name any direct staff members. Do you use any external contractors or overseas organisations for your digital campaigning? As I said to you before, we have a number of service agreements with a range of people to provide services to Advance. There are no international organisations. And is one of these these long-standing relationship with Whitestone Strategic?
Whitestone Strategic has a contractual arrangement with Advance.
And that's a contractual arrangement. And can you outline the services that they provide?
They provide us with advice, with communications. They do social media. I'll be very happy to give a more thorough answer on notice.
Thank you.
Will we get another round?
Depends on time.
Sure.
Yep. Mr Newman.
I want to ask some questions about the 2025 campaign.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Is this the guidance that you provide to your people?
That was the sort of takeaway. Volunteers were given seminars and the like, but there was also takeaway material.
So that when you say seminars alike, what were you talking about? I mean, were they campaign meetings or what?
Well, it was. You answered.
There were some online sessions via Zoom or Teams or equivalent, where they were taken through what it means to be a volunteer, the usual sort of things that the parties and other political entities do. This was their sort of take home from that, take it with you to make sure you're aware of this is the sort of key fact sheet for volunteers. So they include questions and answer sessions and
So, Mr Spence, did you sort of go out to your donors and supporters and say, would anyone like to volunteer for the campaign, or did they just contact you on the phone or the email?
Both.
Go to the Advance website. You can
click
in a menu and you
website.
can drop down and there's a
Yeah,
add a volunteer.
I saw that.
Yeah.
What was the experience of Advance? Which way did they go normally?
It would have been a bit of both.
Okay.
We would have sent out emails to people inviting them to participate.
And you didn't give out how to vote cards, did you? Is that what you're saying?
No, there was not how to vote cards, but there was material handed out at polling booths.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you came with core flutes and A-frames and
Yes.
all the stuff.
The
all
usual
the
kit.
paraphernalia. Yeah. And you didn't go within the 6 metres, because I see there's a lot of stuff you talked about. The sick police don't go within that.
Yeah.
So they weren't going within 6 metres, they were staying outside.
Yeah.
Now, when people contacted you, or by email, or clicked, or whatever it might be, how did they know where to go? Because, Ms Dunn, you talked about the fact that these people, a lot of them are older, that they may not have done this before, not like you've had 50 years of doing this sort of stuff, you said. You know what to do. I've had 40 years in the Labor Party. I know where to go to a polling booth. I can work it out. These people had no idea.
Well, I think we predominantly took volunteers from Melbourne and Brisbane, which is where we focused, and we would allocate people to booths in the seats that we were targeting.
So how did you work that out?
Look, I'm sorry, I didn't do that. We have experienced young people who know how to work polling booths who did the rostering, but people were rostered on in the same way that they would be for the Liberal Party or the Labor Party.
But I'm just trying to truly trying to get my head around. So you had experienced young people who worked out where they were going. What do you mean by that?
They're people who have experience of working in polling booths and on polling days, and are good at field operation, and who were able to put together a roster and say, booth XYZ in Wills. These are the people who are going to be there at that time.
I mean, the Labor Party, we have field organisers.
Yeah. Well, we have a field organisation as well.
There were 2 field organisers.
You employed those field organisers?
Yes.
You don't employ people on polling booths or?
No.
They're all volunteers?
They're all volunteers, but the people who coordinate the volunteers within Advance are people who work for Advance in field operation.
So, Ms Dunn, you've been in politics a long time. I mean, you look at areas, and you represented an area that you had your constituency, and you know where the marginal seats are, you know the booths and the like, and we've got to win this one, we've got to win that one, we've got to do better there. Did you coordinate with any political party before you did any of that? None at all?
No. I mean, and the thing is that we coordinated in particular seats, and we only targeted a small number of seats. And
which seats did you target then?
The ones that the Greens had members, or said that they thought that they would be members. So in Melbourne,
Ryan and Griffith in Brisbane.
Ryan and Griffith.
Melbourne in Melbourne.
Melbourne, what used to be Melbourne Ports, what's it called? McNamara, Wills.
Okay, Melbourne and Wills.
I think so.
Yeah, that's roughly it.
Okay, that's basically it.
Yeah.
And so you had young people who knew what they were doing.
Yes.
Did they work for you normally? I mean, the senator asked.
We do have some staff who are dedicated to field for most of the time.
Did they? Do you put them on?
But we ramp up at election time as well.
Yeah, I mean, political parties usually call out for young people to come in and help in field organisation. Do you do that?
We do ramp up our staff at election time.
And where do you get them from? I mean, I know we get ours from our membership. Where do you get yours?
We get ours from our membership as well.
From your donors?
600,000 people on our database.
So you get them from your donors?
Not necessarily.
From our donors and other supporters.
Okay. They're not members, they're just donors and supporters?
Donors and supporters, yes.
Okay, and so but they've got expertise, you say, in these areas?
Our field coordinators, our 2 field coordinators we arranged for the 2025 federal election were the people who organised and coordinated our volunteers. Our volunteers were just volunteers.
Okay.
When you look at the seats we were targeting, Wills, McNamara, Brisbane, Griffith, Melbourne and Ryan, that's not a lot of seats to manage. It's enough for 2 people to do.
No, I saw that.
And so it's quite a targeted campaign and well within our ability to pull off.
Okay. Thanks, Mr Chair.
I just have a few questions before I go perhaps to this side of the table, if that's okay, Ms Dunn. Just on some of the evidence you've given here today, You mentioned that the increase in third-party campaigning was messy and crowded, and that wasn't such a bad thing.
People are messy and crowded.
It's true, yeah. And that's very consistent with a lot of the evidence we've received to this inquiry to date. But then you highlighted some of the behaviour and it shouldn't be that way. And that's very much along the lines...
I think we're all singing from the one hand.
Yeah, I think so.
People should behave
So
well
I guess my
at
question
booths.
to you as representatives of Advance is, do you think that there needs to be any treatment of that in terms of rules or codes of conduct or any regulation around the amount of people around the booths, as has been put to this committee and I guess actively discussed by this committee?
I think that the more regulation you have, the more stifled democracy will be. Yes, I understand. Big polling booths, and it's my experience that big polling booths in contested areas attract a lot of people at the best of times. But to sort of put a cap on the number of, campaign workers who could be at a polling booth, as an example, would be a dreadful thing to do, because, you'll have people who are, gaming the system, and it will be a discouragement for some people to participate in democracy, and I think that would be a bad idea. I think that it should be the responsibility of the auspicing organisation, whether that's a union, Advance, Get Up, the Labor Party, the Liberal Party, to ensure that their volunteers behave, and that's where it should end. And it's the responsibility of those auspicing organisations to make sure that their volunteers are trained and equipped and understand the unspoken rules about, how polling booths work, and it should be a sociable, convivial space augmented by sausages and cake stalls.
No disagreement from me, but I guess the question then is what happens if volunteers don't behave?
Well,
repeatedly.
And in my experience, we've unvolunteered volunteers and asked them not to come back. I've done that in my own campaigns. I've seen political parties do it. I saw it happen during the referendum on both sides, and I would expect that the field staff in Advance would feel empowered enough, and I know that they are supported enough, to say that if somebody was a bit dodgy, that they'd, if they were a bit dodgy, they'd ask them not to come back.
So we received absolutely zero complaints about our volunteers for the course of the campaign. Yep. We had no issues raised with us about the conduct of our volunteers on polling booths. And if we did receive concerns, we would address them. It's not in our interests, it's not in any political party's interest to have volunteers being painful and misbehaving. There is a strong imperative for all political actors to ensure their volunteers represent their organisations well.
And so what is that strong imperative as you define it?
The strong imperative is to create a good impression with voters and make democracy a wonderful thing.
And where that link doesn't exist.
Badly is reputational damage for the organisation.
And so where that doesn't exist, where, say, it's very clear Labor volunteers would have a strong link with the Labor Party, Liberal volunteers a strong link with the Liberal Party, where there's third parties, and I'm not talking about yours, because you've given us evidence that no one complained about the behaviour of your volunteers, but when there isn't that sort of link of responsibility, should any treatment be made there?
And there are laws around harassment for those extreme situations, and that is the law of the land.
Okay. Mr. Small.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, folks. One of the obviously terms of reference for the committee relates to aggressive conduct, deliberate obstruction, intimidating behaviour. Your submission sort of broke that, or your observations of that behaviour, into 4 categories. Can you sort of take us through that in some detail, I guess, to understand where those reports came from and whether they occurred during pre-poll just on polling day, both outside of the formal sort of voting period. What did you observe?
Well, we wouldn't have had volunteers outside the formal voting period. It would have been pre-polling and polling day. There may have been people letterboxing and putting out yard signs or something like that, but I don't think we've had any negative experience in that space, have we?
No, and the conduct outlined in the submission was relating to pre-poll and polling day.
Yeah, okay, so and just to be clear, so the additional campaign activities that anyone is entitled to in Australia, like putting up cool flutes or yard signs or whatever, you received no complaints in respect of that?
Correct.
Okay, great. You used a specific term about volunteers who, or political participants who left a booth and then came back without any form of identification. What term did you use?
Plainclothes supporters.
Plainclothes supporters, all right, well, we'll roll with that.
As a descriptive rather than indicative.
Indeed. I'm happy to take that at face value. What specific observations connected them to a campaign team, and was any of that reported to the AEC?
So this was behaviour outside the 6 metre rule,
yep.
So we are aware of the limited role of the AEC outside that. When we were made aware of that behaviour, we did seek to raise it with, if there was a clear leader from another organisation involved, we would raise it with them. We would generally try and notify the AEC officials as well, noting that they had limited jurisdiction, but making them aware of what was going on.
Great. I'd just like to step through then some of the recommendations of the committee's interim report. Just in terms of that behaviour outside the 6 metre line and what you might see as viable going forward. I know the Chair touched on it just then. The recommendation 5 around a system of registration for volunteers in a manner consistent with the registration of scrutineers. How would that sort of a system affect a third-party organisation like Advance, and would you be supportive of it?
I think that would be an extraordinary amount of bureaucracy for somebody who probably isn't going to enter the polling booth, except with to vote after having taken off their identifying T-shirt. And what are you going to do with it? I mean, it's just an enormous amount of bureaucracy by the time you have 147 federal electorates with 100 polling booths in each, and maybe, over the pre-polling period, hundreds of people volunteering. It's just, I would think that would be foolish. If they were the rules, then I would have to, we would say to our volunteers, well, you've got to submit your name and address and blood type to some polling official, and we grin it and bear with it. But I would counsel, as someone who has, worked in this space for a long time, it's a seriously dumb idea.
Do you see any scope for it to be weaponised, or alternatively to weaken the confidence Australians might have in the integrity of the AEC if they adopted something of a policing role on the booths outside that 6 metre line?
Yes, yes, Mr. Small, I do, and I think that we're looking at, in many ways, the collapse of civil politics in Australia. Do you want to make it worse by, causing people to log on and log off? And it would be weaponised, because if, some little old lady turns up and forgets to log on, there's going to be some officious person there who's going to make a song and dance about it. And I just think that it's not good for democracy.
Noting that the Advance Board hasn't actually hasn't looked at the interim report yet, so these are just off-the-cuff comments and not
comments from your question.
No. I'm sure many Australians would join you in not having followed our reporting, to the day. Further to that, though, noting that you haven't read the interim report, one of the additional recommendations was to create a campaign zone beyond the 6 metre line in which the code of conduct that each political participant would have to agree to would therefore be enforced. In terms of Advance's view on further limiting or in any way constraining behaviour in that campaign zone, particularly in terms of maintaining the equality of opportunity, if I can frame it that way, between a political party or a political candidate and an organisation like Advance, which is a registered third party, sure, but like not actually on the ballot paper, so to speak. Do you see any scope for that to be unfair or, again, weaken the sort of democratic intent?
Look, I do think that it weakens democratic intent. I think that because there have been instances of bad behaviour at polling booths, I suspect that they're few and far between by the time you add up the number of polling booths and the number of volunteers who turn up to work at polling booths. I think it's a very small proportion, and the idea of signing a code of conduct, you know, our guys have already agreed to this, to then have them sort of come along to some bureaucratic code of conduct. You know, you're going to have a committee of the AEC to draft them. It's going to be consulted to death over. I mean, we've got better things to spend our money on than that. I mean, we have a great electoral system and a great electoral function. You know, sometimes I quibble about the edges, and we often all do, but generally speaking, we've got a pretty good system. It's not broke. You don't have to fix it.
To the detail of your question, Mr. Small, I mean, our submission indicated that this is really around the margins more than anything else. Under the Victorian legislation, where they do have an expanded area which is regulated, there are different rules for political parties and candidates to third-party campaigners, and that does create an unequal playing field and potentially an unlawful unequal playing field if you track the other Victorian electoral laws and their recent High Court decision. So we'd certainly not be happy for that playing field not to be an equal one. But I think, looking practically, it may equally be addressed by the AEC reviewing its choice of polling booths, and maybe it is time to move away from some of the ones that have traditionally been used that may not have a large enough area for people to actually congregate and hand out material.
I'm very pleased to advise that one of the few bipartisan recommendations of the interim report was exactly that. The accessibility of booths and that sort of thing is something we've all taken a lot of feedback on.
Is that a great minds moment, or shall we just...
I think we can claim that on a Friday afternoon, definitely. One of the terms of reference for the inquiry is obviously around the size of Parliament, and I assume Advance has some views on that, if you wouldn't mind enlightening us all.
Advance doesn't have any views on that.
You don't?
Sorry. Advance doesn't want to see the size of Parliament increased. I could expand on my own personal views, but it probably shouldn't take up the committee's time with those. But I mean, we've been on the public record for as saying that we don't agree with expanding the size of Parliament.
Yep. Okay. Perfect. And on what basis is that argument primarily made?
My personal view is that we're governed enough. There are a lot of representatives in Australia across the board, and the thing is that if you fiddle with one house, you have to fiddle with the other house, and vice versa, and it just becomes a bit messy.
And we're happy to take that on notice if you want a more expansive response.
Yeah, I just think it's you know, the Prime Minister's ruled it out publicly, but it's still a terms of reference for the committee, and we're spending public money consulting people on the concept, so it's useful, I think, as most significant, or one of the most significant third parties to have a view on it.
We did actually have an email campaign on that, so we can send you a copy of the email which would set out the reasons.
Yeah, if you certainly send it to the Secretariat so we table that
sure.
For the benefit of all, that would be great, and that's for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Were there any further questions, Senator Brown? Yep.
Just quickly, thanks, Chair. I firstly wanted just to follow up I think you said from questioning from Mr Newman that you had service providers that organised your volunteers. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So who were those service providers?
We have in answer to the senator's question before, we have a number of service providers who provide a range of services from sort of political advice, media advice, etc., through to accounting and auditing, the whole box and dice. Yeah. And for the most part, those people are employed by the service provider.
Okay. So, but who are the service providers? What are their companies' names?
The principal one, which we've mentioned here today, is Whitestone Strategic. Right. But there are other people who provide other services, and
Would you be able to take that on?
Do you want the name? Do you want the name of our auditor?
The service providers.
And no, our auditor and our accountant, or?
No, not unless they were helping organise your volunteers.
So you're interested in the people at the pointy end?
Yes.
We'll look at.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily going to provide you, Senator, through you, Mr Chair, with names
business
of individual
names.
staff.
No, absolutely.
Okay.
Business names.
Right.
Just the business names.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So you talked quite a bit about the campaigns that you ran in Greens, Hills, Seeds, but you ran other targeted campaigns as well?
Not particularly
not
targeted.
Campaigns.
And not field campaigns.
No. So just outside field campaigns, you ran some targeted campaigns in particular Labor electorates. Like you've got here, Labor flyers were delivered, 2.1 million Labor flyers delivered into 22 of our targeted Labor electorates.
Yep.
Okay,
that's not particularly. I wouldn't call that targeted.
Oh, well, I'm just reading from your pamphlet. So, So, how do you choose those 22 targeted areas?
We can give you the details.
We can give you the details.
It would have been based on the polling and the margins and what we thought where we thought we could have an impact.
Okay, and the dark art of politics.
And of those 22 targeted Labor electorates, how many changed hands?
We'd take that on notice. Happy to come back to you.
I would imagine it'd be
zero
because I don't think,
I think
the
you're right,
Prime Minister
Chairman,
lost.
but I will take it on notice.
Okay, great. So, and I think you probably answered this, so forgive me, but if you'll just indulge me, I just want to confirm that the contact Advanced had, did you have any contact with the Liberal Party, National Party or individual coalition candidates during the, including the period prior to the calling of the 2025 election? No.
I suspect the answer is yes, Senator. I'm sure that I had contact with the local Liberal candidates for Fenner and the local Senate candidate.
So just to sort of focus...
I'm sorry, but the thing is, we operate in the political sphere. We have conversations with people all the time.
I'm just going to clarify really what I'm...
Okay.
Yes. Sorry. So really what I wanted to know was whether Advance communicated or coordinated with individual candidates or parties about seats, messaging or field activity.
Advance ran its own campaign.
Okay.
Look in the public record, there was considerable criticism of our campaign by elements within the Liberal Party. So,
and you didn't share any of your polling or your research or your targeted seat information with any
some of it was public available and some of it was provided to our supporters through the course of the campaign and leading up to the campaign. If individuals are on our supporter list, they may have received some of that information.
So what sort of information would you just put out there? You regularly put your research out there or your polling out there?
Yes,
we do put some of our research out there.
And your target seat information?
Yep.
we talk to our members a lot about our research. We don't hold it close to our chest like a lot of political organisations do.
And you didn't share any volunteer rosters or campaign strategies with any political party or candidate?
Sharing a volunteer roster would be a breach of their privacy.
And no.
And no.
I think that's all I need to have.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
Dr. Ryan?
Thank you very much. Just looking at your election disclosure from 24, your previous election disclosures, of the $13.46 million in total receipts that you reported most recently, $13.7 million came to advance from an entity called Australians for Unity Limited. Could you give us some information about that entity, please?
Sorry. This is which?
This is 23-24.
23-24. So outside the scope of this inquiry.
Yeah.
Happy to answer the question. Australians for Unity was a DGR entity which was created through legislation of this place to provide a DGR status vehicle for the No campaign in the referendum, and Advance had a service agreement to provide campaigning infrastructure and support and advice to Australians for Unity. I was the chair of both organisations.
So the $13.7 million, though, that's the residual funds from Australians for Unity, is that right?
No, they're not residual. Australians for Unity has been wound up. It had a very small amount of residual funds which was donated to a like organisation according to the rules for winding up a DGR status charity. It doesn't exist and it has no residual funds.
So could I have some clarity about the origin of that $13.7 million and the donors for that?
Donations.
From?
So just can you just clarify exactly what you 24-25
I'm talking about your 23-24 return.
23-24 advance return?
Is it the advance return?
Yeah.
Yes. So there it comes in. I think it appears. Does it mark as other receipts?
It comes in as other receipts, but that's really undisclosed money. Really, it's dark money because we don't know what.
Because the money is disclosed in the returns. Mr. Chairman, through you, the money is disclosed in the returns for Australians for Unity. Australians for Unity contracted to Advance to provide it with services during the election during the referendum campaign, and they paid for those services out of the donations which were disclosed.
So it's actually been disclosed twice. There's donations into Australians for Unity, then there's payments of other receipts are disclosed when they're paid to Advance.
Can I ask you about your most recent tax return, your 24-25 return?
Tax return?
Not tax return, so 24-25 electoral return. Can I ask you about your relationship with a number of third-party organisations? The first one I'm interested in is Better Australia.
I don't know. I've vaguely heard of Better Australia. We don't have a relationship with them.
So you haven't dispersed or disclosed any funding or in-kind donations to Better Australia at any point?
We don't donate to other organisations.
In-kind donations?
We don't donate in any way, shape or form to other organisations.
All right. Well, in that case, can I take you to the report in the Age on the 22nd of April last year, where there was a complaint to the AEC and the electorate, which I represent, Kooyong, which you have not named as an electorate where Advance had supporters.
We didn't have volunteers rostered in Kooyong. It was not one of our target seats.
Okay, so there was a complaint to the AEC about volunteers who were wearing yellow vests that said Community Advisor. It was the same colour as the vests worn by the AEC. And when the AEC asked them to explain which organisation they were with, they said that they were volunteering for Advance.
I know nothing about that, but I'm happy to take. If you can provide us with more information about the polling booth, Dr. Ryan, and anything else, we've not had a complaint We will take it on notice and provide you with any information that we have.
I'm very happy to do that. I can tell you that there are a number of complaints made about these yellow vests at that particular polling booth.
There's no complaints been made to Advance about that matter or any other matter.
Advance had no involvement with people in yellow vests or otherwise. It was not any of our campaign activities. All our campaign activities were in the target seats as indicated in the brochure, and all of our volunteers were handing out Advance authorised material.
Okay. And
what other people may say they're affiliated with is we can't control.
Okay, so it's your position that you did not provide any in-kind donations to any other third-party organisations or parties or entities in that election. Okay, I'm going to read to you something from which is, I can provide a number of different sources for this. They're available online. For podcasts, or webcasts, I should say, entitled Beating the Greens. There's two separate webcasts, one by an individual called Sharon Cooper, another by an individual called Ros Mendel, but the text of them is pretty much the same. They're describing campaigns that they undertook in Paran in the last Victorian state election and in Kooyong, and they say, it's pretty much the same text. Funding was tight and we needed resources really fast, so we reached out to Advance, an organisation which was also campaigning against the Greens. And thankfully, they agreed to work with us. They were fantastic, efficient, strategic, well-resourced. They supplied the T-shirts, core flutes, supplied everything, shipped it straight to Melbourne. They did all the logistics. We had everything delivered to my house. They then kindly paid for a volunteer picnic to thank our volunteers for their contributions. Are you able to comment on these two webcasts?
So are you talking about the material reference in the article from The Guardian?
I think it's similar.
I'm speaking, I've got the direct transcription of these two webcasts.
Which is the same. Yeah, sorry.
As I said in answer to another question, if people come to us and ask to hand out our material, we will give them their material. There were, as my understanding, there were people in Paran, which is not part of this committee's inquiry, who participated by taking Advance material and handing it out at polling booths. And as we do with all volunteers, we buy them a pizza at the end and a drink at the end to say thank you, because we like to keep our volunteers.
So it's your position.
That is not an in-kind donation. It was the provision of Advance material, which was handed out on behalf of Advance. And it was Advance authorised material.
I'm talking about materials including core flutes and T-shirts for an organisation called Repeal the Teal.
I don't know anything about providing. No material was provided to Repeal the Teal. Repeal the Teal had their own authorisations, as far as I understand, that there were people who were not necessarily subsumed through the Advance volunteer portal who volunteered to hand out material. And we did that in Paran. I don't know whether it happened at the federal election.
It didn't happen in Kooyong.
And it didn't happen in Kooyong because we didn't have people on the ground in Kooyong.
So you didn't find any of the materials that were being worn or carried or distributed in the electorate of Kooyong by Better Australia or by Repeal the Teal?
No.
No. They had their own branded material.
I think that's the issue, actually. The funding of these third-party organisations, which is the nature of which is unclear.
The material that Advance hands out or is handed out on behalf of Advance is authorised by Advance and is quite recognisably material from Advance. And from my understanding, Repeal the Teal had their own branding and their own authorisation. I don't know the other organisation at all.
And we've not funded other
And we've not funded them.
Okay.
We don't donate to other organisations.
All right. And you have no just to be clear and just to sort of clear up another couple of other organisations which have been linked with you in the media, you have no relationship with an anti-renewables group called Let's Rethink Renewables?
No.
No.
Nothing with the Queensland Jewish Collective?
No.
No.
The Minority Impact Coalition?
No.
Do you have a relationship of any sort with, or any sort of formal understanding with Reignite Democracy?
We have no formal relationship with any of the groups you've mentioned. As we've indicated, we are approached by people, individuals or groups, to hand out advanced material. If people have advanced material, that's within our remit. Other groups, we have nothing to do with them.
Okay, and finally, the Australian Freedom Party?
No.
No.
I think you raised that. That was the organisation that you raised in an earlier hearing. Is that right?
Yes, I did raise it, that's right,
yes.
and Mr Sheehan wrote to me.
And Mr Sheehan wrote to you and asked you to withdraw.
And my response to him was I was really very much looking forward to having this conversation today. I'm disappointed that he wasn't able to make it.
I don't think you actually did. Well,
we've never received a response from you.
I certainly wrote a response. I mean, can I ask you about Sandra Burke, who I believe works for Advance?
No.
Ms Burke used to work for Advance.
Right, so her involvement with some of these groups has nothing to do with Advance?
Sorry?
Her involvement with groups like Reignite Democracy, and I understand as well the Australian Freedom Party, has nothing to do with Advance?
No.
No.
And the fact that they say that those organisations say that they're supporting Advance is news to you?
Correct.
If individual members of the organisation donate to Advance, they donate to Advance. The only requirement that we have is to ensure that they are Australian citizens.
No. Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. You had some other questions, Senator, and then I'll finish with the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I want to just understand a little about how your organisation forms policy positions. You said, with some questioning from Mr Small, that you oppose the larger parliament, for example. Do you? Is this the view of your members, and have they been surveyed to formulate that position? How do you?
Yes. Yes.
They have been surveyed.
We survey our members every year. Actually, I haven't filled in the form. It's too late, isn't it? No. We survey our members every year, and we get a very high return rate from those surveys. So
that particular question has been put to your members: do you support a larger parliament?
I couldn't tell you offhand whether that was in the last survey or not.
Tell us, take that on notice, please, just to really understand how positions are being formed and the active participation of your members in reaching your advocacy positions. Is what I'm trying to understand.
You have to appreciate. Senator, it's not quite like the Greens. It's not a party for a start.
No, I know that. I'm not saying it is.
And we do ask our supporters what they think about things, and we all ask our supporters if we see it. A lot of it though works from if we see a particular issue, then we can't have the extent of participatory democracy that you might have in Switzerland. But if we see an issue, we will ask our members to respond to that issue, and that might be by signing a petition. If the petition dies because no one signs it, we know that our membership is not interested in that issue. But if we ask someone to sign a petition about whether or not we should increase the size of Parliament, and 70 or 100,000 people sign the petition, well, then that's probably a live issue.
Yeah, if you've got a copy of a survey that you've done that seeks opinions on that topic that you've clearly formed a policy position on that you've shared with the committee today, could you?
I can't tell you off the top of my head whether there was a direct question in the latest survey about the size of Parliament.
But you have formed a position as Advance. You have formed a position on that.
Freedom, security, and prosperity is the guiding principle of what Advance does. That's our principle. It's on our website. That's clear in all our communications. That's expanded upon by the feedback we get to our surveys. And then between surveys, and it's the role of the board in forming the policy positions of Advance based on that input from our supporters and their role as directors governing the organisation. So there is, within that broad framework, some strategic flexibility for directors and the board to determine how to respond to particular issues.
Okay, well, if you did ask your members, I'd ask for a copy of the survey on notice if they were consulted on that. Dr. David Adler was a co-founder of Advance as well as the Australian Jewish Association. Advance's campaign to damage the Greens was announced on an AJA live stream, and Advance collected 30,000 signatures for its Sign Israel pledge. Pro-Israel AstroTurf groups, J United, known to fraternise with fascist fight club Lions of Zion, and Queensland Jewish Collective, both...
Sorry, Mr Chairman.
I'm just waiting for the question.
I'm getting there.
Can we get to the question?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the question to see if it's relevant.
Have acknowledged court... it's relevant. It's relevant to the second. I think it's point
there
2.
seems to be a fair amount of dissing people.
I'm giving you some context, and then you can respond. And Queensland Jewish Collective, both whom aggressively targeted the Greens, have acknowledged corflutes, funding for events, messaging and strategic advice was given from Advance on organising Zoom calls. This was also documented in the Sydney Morning Herald. Has any cash flowed from Advance to these smaller astroturfing groups?
No.
None? What was the nature of the strategic advice given to J United and Queensland Jewish Collective?
I'm not sure if there was any strategic advice, to be honest, but we will take down notice and come back to you.
So these groups are spreading misinformation by saying that they were receiving that.
I've not seen what they've said, so I can't comment on what they've said until we actually see that and take that on notice.
It just sounds like a strange thing to comment that you're receiving advice on and materials from Advance on, if that were not correct.
We'll take it on notice.
Yeah, okay. And in relation to the corflutes too. They
I think that covers it.
said before that they hadn't provided any in-kind... John Roth donated $50,000 to Advance through Henroth Investments. Did that donation come with any demands?
A donation is a donation. It's a gift. It has to be unencumbered. That's the nature of a gift.
It was unencumbered. Have you met with any government officials or anyone who holds a statutory appointment? Have Advance met with anyone?
In what time frame and in what context?
Let's say in the last 24 months.
Sorry, about what?
And
have you met with any government officials or anyone who holds a statutory position? I'm getting to influence here. I'm getting to influence, which is one of the...
I have not met with any, to my knowledge, in the last 24 months, I have not met, even socially, with a statutory office holder.
Not Gillian Siegel, for example? That might be one example.
No.
You have not? And has anyone from Advance, your leadership team?
Not to my knowledge,
Sheehan?
but I'll take it on notice.
Yeah, Mr Spencer, you're not aware of the answer?
No.
Why did Advance give a platform at its national conference to someone who has expressed anti-Semitic and Holocaust-denying views in Benjamin Hanwell?
We'll respond on those, but we've responded already in the media around that. We don't necessarily agree with every comment and view held by our speakers. We were looking for a wide cross-section of speakers at our conference.
Did you know about his...
Sorry, to provoke and challenge people's thinking.
And did you know about his views before inviting him?
I'll take that on notice.
Does Advance endorse the views expressed by that speaker?
As Mr Spencer has just said, we do not necessarily endorse all the views of the people who spoke at our conference because we were putting forward a variety of views to challenge and to provoke discussion. Mr Chairman, I'm not entirely sure...
I'm going to influence.
Just bring you back to the terms of reference. I'm not sure what relevance the Advance conference has with the 2025 federal election.
Yeah, I can tell you.
It was after. Okay, yeah, then it doesn't. Yeah. If I could just bring you back to the terms of reference, please, Senator.
Yeah, it is in relation to influence, which I believe is in the terms of reference, but I don't have them up in front of me.
Influence in regards to the 2025 federal election.
Yes.
In just a moment. Does Steve Doyle, moving back to an earlier questioning that I had before my time expired, does Steve Doyle of Whitestone have a formal role at Advance?
Whitestone Strategic has a contractual arrangement to provide us with strategic advice, and he's the principal of Whitestone Strategic.
So it's just
does he have a formal role? No.
He doesn't have a formal role.
He's not on the board.
And you have You've described Whitestone as an external service provider, but is it more like an in-house strategic communications unit? Are most of your staff that you referred to actually through Whitestone? Because we're still unclear on who your direct staff are.
Whitestone is its own organisation. It has its own business.
Yeah, what I'm trying to understand is you haven't been able to say how many direct staff you've got. So how central is the role and the work performed by Whitestone to your strategy and your operations?
All of our contractors are essential to the operation of Advance.
Yeah.
Essential to the operation of Advance. How much does Advance spend annually with Whitestone?
I'll take that on notice.
Does it have any other clients? Do you know, for example, it is not
my business to know what Whitestone's other clients may or may not be.
You're not aware, okay.
It's Mr. Chairman, it's, you know, if the Senator wants to investigate Whitestone, I think she has the capacity, the committee has the capacity to call Whitestone and they can answer for themselves.
We do.
Yep. It's a very good suggestion.
We have an arrangement with Whitestone and I don't see beyond the veil of what other things Whitestone might do. It is not my business.
Do you know whether Whitestones, and I take your point and I think it would be good to get them to present, are you aware, given that they are a significant contractor of yours, whether they use bots and troll services online?
Sorry, I didn't...
Whether they use bot and troll services online as part of Advance's campaigning?
No, I'm not.
You're not aware?
There's been no bots or troll services used in relation to any Advance campaigns. Obviously, we can't speak what anyone might do apart from that, but in our campaigns...
But the campaign's run by the contractors that you engage, the service providers that you engage?
Again, we can't speak on behalf of someone else, but
surely you would have an interest in knowing the conduct of the service operators that you engage, and if you can't answer it now, can you take it on notice?
And we're not aware of any use of that.
You're not aware of any, yes. That's... I'm nearly finished, Chair. What is Advance's relationship with the Atlas network?
There is no relationship.
There's no relationship?
It is the myth of great hilarity.
And what about the Institute of Public Affairs?
There is no relationship.
No relationship.
There is no relationship.
Have Advance representatives attended IPA or Atlas events overseas? You can hang your head. It's a reasonable question.
Yeah, I'm a member of the IPA. I pay my money to the IPA.
And have you or other members of Advance gone to overseas conferences organised by Advance or the IPA?
No.
No? Okay, you can speak for Mr Sheehan as well.
No, I can't.
Okay, well, can you please take that on notice then? Have you received funding or campaign assistance from international organisations?
No.
Categorically no. Has Advance ever received funding, strategic advice or campaign assistance from foreign political organisations?
No.
No. Mm. Do you know what the term astroturfing means, an astroturfing group?
Yes, I do.
A definition?
Yes.
How would you define astroturfing?
Is this within the...
Yeah, I would say so, yep.
Okay. I would... It's...
If you don't have a definition...
No, I don't have I have a vague feeling for what it might be, but, you know...
So one definition is of organised activity that is intended to create a false impression of a widespread, spontaneously arising grassroots movement in support or in opposition to something, such as a political policy, but then in reality is initiated and controlled by a concealed group or organisation. Do you think that that description fits Advance?
No.
Based on what we've heard today,
662,000 signed up supporters?
Signed up, signed up and signed on to your database.
45,000 donors, people who donate regularly, small amounts of money.
Membership, you've confirmed that you don't actually have members. You've got supporters who, rather than members.
And
billionaire, I'd put back to you, billionaire donors with Liberal ties that I've put on the record today without you rejecting. Vague surveys that you have been unable to verify when I've pressed you about how your consultation happened on a policy matter. I put to you that really, there's this web of confusion. You can't tell me how many staff you have, what their roles are. You can't...
Mr Chairman...
You can't...
Sorry, just 1 second, Senator.
Mr Chairman, I have made it perfectly clear how many staff that we have. I also made it clear that we're amp up and amp down.
And you've taken a lot of questions
and
on
I've
notice.
taken a range of questions on notice,
Yep.
and I'm actually I object to being verbaled by the senator.
You just ask the question, Senator, rather
just
than
if the senator has a
commentary.
straightforward question,
Yep.
I will give her a
And we'll end it.
straightforward answer. But I'm not going to. I don't think that Advance and its supporters need to have this sort of dissing from a senator in this place.
Well, I'll ask for both of you to curtail your commentary and opinion and just sort of ask your final question, please, Senator.
I don't think I've got anything else. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Final question from the Deputy Chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to go first? Dr Ryan?
Oh, thank you. I've just got one more question, if I may. You gave us a list of seats that Advance targeted in 2025, which was a relatively short list. But this flyer that you've provided the committee today says that you targeted 28.
There were 23 Labor seats, but the principal part of our campaign... It doesn't say 28, sorry.
It says 28 key marginal seats across the country.
So there was a smaller semi-targeted campaign, but the main part of our campaign and the most of our money was the green labelled campaign, and it was in those 5-6 green seats.
And
green
in the
targeted
context
seats.
of field campaign, we only had field campaign in Wills, McNamara, Brisbane, Griffith, Melbourne and Ryan. So the other seats were a digital online campaign as outlined on page 14.
Yes. Could I request, please, on notice that we have receive a list of those 28 key marginal seats?
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Deputy Chair, close out the day.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned in your evidence earlier about having to close your office because of, or the office that you did have because of protest and attacks. How did that manifest, and what action did you need to take in relation to police reports and things of that nature?
That was some time ago. We'll take that on notice and come back to you.
But briefly, Senator, people turned up at our registered office and demanded access, were difficult. The people managing the place had problems, and we were basically asked to go somewhere else because they didn't want the grief.
So based on a difference in political ideology hounded out of the place where your registered office was,
well, I think that people made it so difficult for the people running the facility that they didn't want us there, which was regrettable, but I understand their position.
No, I understand their position too, but the fact that someone was forced into that situation based on effectively a difference in political ideology is problematic for the basis of why we sit here.
Yeah, I mean, we're all here because we believe in democracy, but that means that you have to be able to have a sort of free exchange of ideas, even with people you disagree with.
And so similarly in terms of your events, you have to take protective action or ensure a strong level of security so that you can safely conduct a public event.
I mean, during the referendum, for instance, we often had, it was often arranged that people RSVP'd and then they were sent the venue, close, you know, in the sort of the last half of the day, sort of thing, because it was necessary to sort of maintain security for the people who are attending and for other people in the vicinity.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance here today. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. The committee's also resolved that there's a period of a week whereby committee members can submit further questions on notice.
So could I just clarify, Mr Chair, will we be sent a list of questions that we were asked. How does it work here? I just want to make sure we're doing it.
Once Hansard provides the committee secretariat with a transcript, they can go through and highlight the questions on notice. But you'll also be provided a transcript as well, just to cross-check and verify that.
Just wanted to make sure that there was a definitive list somewhere and we were all on the same page.
Thank you. So once you receive that, if you could provide any responses to questions on notice within 2 weeks, if you could forward these and any additional information that has been requested to the Secretariat, and the responses to questions on notice will be published on the committee's website as a submission to the inquiry. It being 2:49 p.m, I declare the meeting closed.
Great.
Thank you.
Excellent.